address some questions that you have in terms of why did this person say this and why did this person say that. But it's all awesome because the great thing about music is it's not a finite thing, and our ability to express ourselves in different ways, even with the same material, is one of the things that makes music kind of cool to study. Because as you're taking the test, there are multiple answers that we get to produce, and everything's right. So think about those things so you're able to have some good discussion with each other and your directors when you get back to your home schools. And the hope is that understanding that this is a front-end process. We're not going to get up on stage at the end of the day today with the understanding that this is going to be at the same level that it's going to be for your concert or your assessment or whatever you're doing later in the semester. It's going to be a thing that is indeed a work in process, but you have these different ideas that are going to be able to continue to whatever that final product is. Make sense? All right. So before we head back to our rooms and actually get to work this morning, I want to take a minute to introduce you to some of the people you're going to be working with today. This is the West Tour this year. We have with us from West Virginia University, Dr. Scott Tobias. We have from Western Michigan University, Dr. Scott Borma. In addition to myself, on the home team from Westchester University, we have Greg Martin and Adam Gumbel. You directors may or may not have spoken to you about the fact that this entire event will be live streamed. So whenever you're in this room, everything that's going on, the clinicians who are working with you, all that information is available to directors, musicians, your folks, people at home through a live stream on banddirector.com. We're grateful to our friends Dave Knox and Dave Knox at banddirector.com for their efforts in providing this opportunity for this particular festival so that not only you have the benefit of absorbing the information that's being disseminated today, but literally thousands of people across the country and around the world check into this and get to hear all the great work you're doing. Those things, those kinds of opportunities aren't possible without the help of some key sponsors, and we'd really like to pay a special thank you to Bruce Rickert from Peak Travel Group, and there he is. Thanks, Bruce. And Jupiter Music Instruments, what we have going on in addition to the great work that's being streamed here in the hall is good friend and outstanding musician, tuba player, who you're going to get to meet a little later today, Andrew Hitz, who is our local, thank you. Who is our resident anchor man for the event and helps us keep everything real around here. So, all right, we're gonna start to head to our appropriate rooms so y'all could get started, and you understand what your mission is in terms of the information we're gonna be collecting from our clinicians, right?
To get better.
To get better, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we have a flow that we're going to start to establish this morning whenever we're moving in and around the hall. If we're just exiting for a break or to go up to our rooms, we'll always use the exit over there. So we're going to dismiss Blue Ridge first. You folks could head up. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I'm sorry. Just so everybody knows who's here today, because we're kind of coming from some different areas. We have with us from way up in the northeast corner of Pennsylvania, Blue Ridge High School Band with Vince LaRusso as their director. We have the Central Bucks East Band, and Jason Morehouse is their director. And from right up the road, the Unionville High School Band and Ed Otto. You'll have some time throughout the day where you'll actually get to mingle and meet each other, so hopefully you get to make some friends as well. All right, so Blue Ridge, you can head out and up to your room. CB East in Unionville. Next thing about the flow that we'll use here in the auditorium, anytime we're leaving the auditorium to go up on stage, we're going to use that door. There's a little hallway that feeds right back to the stage. Anytime you exit the stage, we'll go out the back door. So there's this just kind of loop that will make one-way loop getting to and fro. Okay. CB East, you go right through there and find your way up to stage. You folks are so sleepy. So sleepy. When do you have band usually? It's mid-morning, is that right? Do I remember that correctly? Mid-morning? Yeah. Ooh. All right, Unionville. Y'all could head out that way. Have fun, friends.
moments. We were just kind of talking through format. He's going to get
I know, microphone.
he just came, yeah, he came in. We're going to get started here in a few moments. We'll do some tuning. I would like to play through our Corrupio for Savior just to kind of get some notes, and more importantly, you guys get to feel the hall, okay? And then we're going to dig in on Leodolf's Polonaise, and we'll get through that. Percussionistly, a couple of mallets will be forthcoming. It is my understanding that in a little bit they are going to do some percussion work just for percussionists, separately from this, with all the percussionists from all three schools, I believe. So in a few minutes, if somebody comes to gather you, you're not in trouble. you go with them, and we'll go through the workshop, and then we'll go from there, okay? We'll kind of pace the day based on how things are going, but we'd like to look at a couple of the other pieces as well. We'll start with the tuning, chorale, and then Leodolf, okay? So you've all played a few notes, yes? Forgive me, I should.
No, go right ahead.
A few moments.
No, go right ahead.
Before we get going?
No, just good morning, welcome. Look forward to hearing you play.
We'll just do our standard consonant B flat and A, and then we'll play through our chorale, okay? Connor, would you give us a consonant? Get a sense for your room. Got a nice hall to play in today. Let that sound lit. We talked about making sure that sound is happening. Our sound is happening in that space. It's a different space in our band room, so this is your opportunity as we tune, as we work together, to get accustomed to the space as well. All right, here we go. I think you get a chance to hear yourselves better, right? The room breathes a little bit better. When we play in the band room, it's pretty stuffy. Stuff is compact, so it's kind of nice to have some room to let those sounds breathe. I think you'll find as we go through today, you'll be able to hear each other a little bit better across the ensemble than our typical rehearsal space. That's pretty exciting. So, comments before we...
Oh, nice sound. Yeah, you play well. In this particular hall, I'm curious, are you hearing as much low as you normally are used to, or do you hear a little bit less low in here? Or you guys, either way? I like the sound. I could stand a little bit more low. Not a lot, but a little bit. Would you mind playing the last chord one time? And let's just see, maybe just bring the tuba and low reeds up a little bit more volume-wise. Just that last chord. I'll just do it down here. And trumpets, one thing I might recommend, especially in a hall like this, when the tuba plays, if you just look at physics, I mean, the sound's going up, hitting and bouncing out, horns are going back, bouncing, everything's bouncing. If I look back and I see your bells, and there's nothing between me and your bells, then no matter how well you play, we're going to hear your sound more than the others, because it's a direct sound as opposed to a deflected sound. So I'm not saying get into a stand or something, but you might want to make sure there's a body 2 or 3 rows in front of you, so we don't have that exposed bell. You want to try that and see what happens, that last chord? That way we don't have direct angles. Good. And I wonder if you could do one thing, and that sounds better as far as lows. I know it's a new hall, and your sound was terrific. There was nothing wrong with it. In a new hall, I think maybe the lows could come out a little bit more. And trumpets, that same little thing. Some places you may need to be exposed bell to be heard, and other places I think here it comes through really well. So just tempering that a little bit. On the release, I wonder if we could maybe look at a different style of release. It was a very nice, precise release, but you played this beautiful chorale, and then the last note felt a little bit abrupt when we were finished. I wonder if you could try to make that a little bit more open. All right, that just means letting your air continue to flow through the instrument after you release, so you get this, as opposed to where it just stops. You want to try it one time, the last chord again? All right. Nice big breath. So the idea, of course, you have to work on precision then because it's a little different style. Try this with your air one time, if you wouldn't mind. We're going to just, I don't know what term you might use, tizzle, sizzle, but behind the teeth. And I'll demonstrate one time. We're going to have nice, good air here. And then whenever we release, what I think of is just opening a little bit. So we think, and the air continues to flow. It's just not pressurized, so it won't make a sound on your instrument. Try it with just your air one time. Ready? Yeah, let's try that with the instruments now and see what happens. That allows the air to continue to move through the instrument and resonate. So it'll take a little bit of time to establish. We still want to have the precision that you had earlier. It's going to be a little bit more ragged now because it's something different. I just think trying to leave it open to resonate. I don't know if that's something you would tend to agree with, but I was just listening and I thought that's really nice. And at the end, it just felt a little abrupt, although very precise. So maybe just experiment with some different styles of release. Okay, that was just the only 2 things that just came to mind.
Great.
So that's some other things to look at.
All right, let's hop in on the lead off piece. Don't be surprised, the percussion's not here, okay? They've been taken far, far away, where there's mallets. They'll be back in about a half hour, okay? So as we play this, it's appropriate to do that. But on some of those moments, on some of those sustains where you're listening for the timpani, for instance, maybe on those 8 notes, make sure you're subdividing independently on your own, okay? You've played it plenty of times, you know where it is. You kind of almost feel it would be behind it. Okay? All right.
The person who transcribed this piece for Wind Band had my job before I had it, Mr. Wilcox. He still visits us in Morgantown from time to time, although he retired and moved to Michigan. But a wonderful man, a wonderful gentleman. Okay. Good. How'd you feel about that? Tired? Okay, that's fair enough. Oh, what a fun piece. All right, I've got some notes here. Let's see what we can do. Sounds good? First of all, it's a good performance. Nice job. Okay? These are just some little details we can think about. Looking at the beginning for a moment. Those of you that have the 16th notes, measure 1, measure 5. This will be at the end of the measure when you have that deem, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-dum, ba-dum. Even right here, we lose the 16th notes just a little bit, especially the first one, the one that's on the of 2, da-da-da-da-da-dum. So I know it has a mezzo forte with a crescendo, but I wonder if we could not back off so much if you have the 16th notes. Okay? Let's try that one time. Measure 1. You want to do this? Or? That first note, do you have a tenuto mark on it? Or do you have a staccato dot, or do you have anything on it? An accent? Okay, good. Then on the accent, I would make it a longer accent. Right now we're getting kind of a but and it's the first note of the piece. So I think a little bit of length, da, da, da. So a full bow, all right? Not just a little bit of a bow, but frog to tip. Yeah, but try that and see what happens. Ready? Just start on first note or first measure. Okay, can't help myself. Yeah, it has a little bit more of a musical arrogance to it. Jump, but I am here. You will listen. You know, that kind of a feel to it. Try it again. Okay? Big breath. Good. Now, some of you, as you articulate, don't let your embouchure change because we get a little bit of a not really quite a splat, but there's a little roughness to the front of the note from a few individuals. And because the group plays so well, those individuals stick out. It's like a green shirt in a sea of red. Okay? Try that again. And ready? That's better. Good, good. Now let's keep going that measure too this time, okay? That was better. So when you do you see in measure 1 and measure 5, question for all of you, the accents are on the first 3 notes in essence. Da, da, da. Beat 3 does not have an accent. That's on purpose, I think. That means that quarter note doesn't need to be played as strong or as loud so we can then hear the 16th notes. Because we hear a lot of da, 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 da. I might suggest da, 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 dum, bum. Can we try it this way? If you have a quarter note on 3 of measure 1, don't play the note on 3. Just play 1, a 2, and then don't play. The rest of it have the 16th note pattern, you do play. And let's just hear what the audience is really supposed to hear, which is da, da, dum, ba, da, 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 dim. Okay? I was in the wrong key, but that's all right. Here we go, McGiving. Measure 1. No beat 3s. Yeah. Now let's go back and play it with the quarter note, but back off so we hear that same line. Okay? And ready? Good. That might have been backing off a little too much because you don't want to lose the energy and the sound, but that's the idea. So you just got to find where that might be. But it's just making sure that you look at little details like that. That's so subtle that one note doesn't have an accent on it. But when you look at it in context and you don't have the advantage of that with a score in front of you, I think that's on purpose to get out of the way of the 16th notes. Does that make sense? And you guys have seen like a ski jump or a motorcycle jump? You know how they accelerate, they hit the ramp, and they launch into the air, and they float for a second. Then they come back down. That's what I think the first note is. It's da, da, da. You have to leave it open with a little bit of length. That way it's like you're telling the audience there's more to come. Da, da, dam. And what you were doing earlier felt jap, ba-dam, like you're kind of hitting a brick wall. So it's just a subtle style change, but I think it makes a big difference. Agreed? Try it one time with those changes and let's see what happens. This is the beginning. We'll take the first 8 measures or so. All right? Good. Now this is the next spot at measure 12. And this goes back to what I said with your chorale. Would you look at measure 12 and play whatever you have on beat 2? Measure 12, whatever you have on beat 2. If you have a trill, just play the primary note without the trilled note. Okay? Let's see what that sounds like. This is beat 2. Good. Now if you change on the and, go ahead and change now. Everyone else still stay on 2. Change on the and to 2 if you need it. Beat 3. So there's a cadence there, right? I will do with balance and blend in a minute. But what happens if you play shup-a-dup-a-dee, and that last note's so short, we never hear the resolution. You leave the audience high and dry. It's like Beethoven's wife used to wake him up in the mornings back in the day. When Beethoven wouldn't get out of bed, she'd go over to the piano and she'd do this. You know, and you're laying in bed going, would you please finish that? And so we do the same thing to the audience here. If you play shup-a-dup-a-dee, we never hear it. So what's the solution? Easy solution. Make the note 3 longer and more, or that open release we said in your chorale. Would you try it one time? Let's just do all of measure 12. Yup-a-dup-a-dee-ya. Ready? And the room rings. Yes? Yeah. I think what happens is we get so worried about that 8th rest, and oh my gosh, there's a break there and it's so short, and we gotta go to the next section, that we don't take time to enjoy the 8th note. It still has to have a life of its own. So that was something I marked there, so that's good. With that in mind, I wonder if you could take that opening 12 bars and see what it sounds like. Yes? So fanfare, back off on the 3rd quarter note, get rid of and the 16th notes come out more. Do that twice. And then anything that's a resolution, longer 8th note. All right? Here we are. Yeah, try this one time. Move. When I do this and do this, boom. It gives you more confidence. It gets momentum going. Otherwise, it's like trying to start from being still. And that's always late. Okay, one more time. Just move your instrument, move your body, whatever feels natural. Ready? But you still feel you've got a habit built up, and that's okay. That's what we do as musicians. That still felt a little bit abrupt. Chup-a-dup-a-dee-ya. All right, just a little bit gentler. Deep-a-dup-a-dee-ya. Try measure number 11 and 12. A little bit more of the fanfare would be nice too, brass. Measure 11. Watch my hands on measure 12. Go to measure 11 again. But just put your eyes up here on measure 12, beat 3, and just do what my hands do. Ready? Just pull a little bit, okay? Something for you to think about. We're not going to change everything today because this is what you've been doing and you worked on it. But I just wanted to point that out. Otherwise, I think it leaves us feeling a little bit abrupt. It's like saying the winning lottery number, Snyder, and you just stop. We want to hear what the message is. Good. Hey, lows, low voices. Looking at like measure 29 and other spots like that. Good that you're going after the sound and the accents, but again, we're getting a little bit of some roughness to the sound on the accents. Make sure you don't let this loosen up on the corners. We want to have just pure tone and not anything that splats a little bit. Can we try that at 29? I know it's the same thing we just played, but let's just do it again at 29. Da, da, da. Ready? Good. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, so we want to keep the energy and the accents and the volume on that descending bass line. Bum, 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 bum. Just make sure you don't lose control when you try to do the accent. Don't lose control of the tone. Okay? Good. What else do we see here? Measure 41. Let's try something at 41. Would you do 41 for a minute? Let's just remind me where you are. Good, good. Hey, flutes, when you first started, can you just, even though it's softer, it's just a mental thing with us as musicians, we start to play softer and our air, the amount of air and the speed of the air ends up backing off. I'm sure you've heard this before. So when you play, again, back of the hall back there, make sure even though it's a soft note, you're projecting all the way to the back of the hall. You try that first part again at 41. All of you can play at 41, it'll be fine. Good, good. Now, what's going on with that first dotted quarter note? Melody, people. All of you have the melody. This is going to be what? Horn, clarinet, maybe saxophone? What happens to the dotted quarter note? Any ideas? I'm talking about musically. That's a weird question to ask, I know, but musically, all music has to have a direction, right? It can't stay static. It has to either grow or it has to fade. So which one's the option here, probably? You got two choices, grow or fade. Grow, yeah, good, grow, yeah, good. Sorry, you had your hand up there. You go. Try it, please, at measure 41 if you have the melody. All right, little crescendo on the dotted quarter note. Ready? Good, yeah, yeah. So flutes, anyone that has dotted quarter note, eighth note, eighth note, eighth note, that'd be flutes and what, first clarinet and soprano sax, horn. All of you guys play, all right? And three, and. Yeah, and it's not just the dotted quarter note, it's the whole line. You have to have a direction. You see the crescendo in 42, 43 that's sort of indicated to do that, but I don't think he means play everything else static and then just those two bars. It's part of a big collection. Try it again at 41 and just see if you can follow this. Give me time to mark that. Thank you. Here we are, 41, and just watch what I do. Good. So look, at measure number 41, the dotted quarter note grows. At 43, the dotted quarter note fades. Yeah, they have to be different. And the audience has to hear them different. Okay? Can we everyone play at 41 one time? And then and build back up. Good. And look at 46 compared to 45. Those of you that are listening, you can tell this too. But what's the relationship between 46 and 45, melodically? It's really it's the same thing, really. You have da-dee-da-dum, ba-da-da-dee-dum. The second time he puts a triplet in there. So it's like you're making it more. So if you call your friend's name and go, hey, Bobby, and he doesn't answer, and you say it again, you say it a little bit louder, Bobby. So here, da-dee-da-dum, ja-da-da-dee-dum. It's like Stewie with mom, 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 mummy, mummy, mummy. You seen this, Lois? Lois? Hi? You haven't seen this before? Okay. You've seen this? Okay, thank you. Must be an age thing. All right, here we are. So 41, ready? Everyone's playing at 41. Everyone can join in. And 1, 2. Swell more. More. Then repeat. There. Good, good, good. Did you feel the difference there? I mean, it was subtle, but that made a whole lot more musical sense, I think, or made it more interesting. So these are the little things in this section I just wanted to point out. Just trying to shape a little bit more and make a little bit more of it would be nice. All right, next thing then. 26, 20 through 28. I know we're bouncing around with this. I caught this on the DC. Yeah, so 26 through 28. I wrote down fanfare, crescendo, more. It's the fanfare figure that repeats itself. Yeah, the dum-ba-dum starts off piano, and then dum-ba-dum, mezzo piano, and then jump-ba-dum, mezzo forte. I think we can make a bigger deal out of each one of those. Can we try that one time? What's a good place? Maybe 21?
Actually, probably right there.
Right there, 26?
Yeah,
25. 25. Let's go 25 then. Okay? Everyone can play 25, but each fanfare a little bit more than the one before. All right. Right. Let's have just those parts. It'll be cornet and trumpet parts, trombone parts, starting at measure number 25. Join in whenever you have it if you have a rest of 25. Ready? Just those guys. And it's not just a volume thing. It's an intensity aspect. This reminds me like the throne room scene from Star Wars. You know, deem, bum bum beam, ba dum bum beam. Okay, so can we play it that way, starting at 25 again? And more. More. Now I hear a disagreement on the first note from measure to measure. The first one went la da dum. The next one went The third one went da da dum. They're all the same articulation. So as you change the volume, don't let the articulation change. Okay? And I think it's always going to be kind of an open da da da. He's smiling. He must have told you this before. No? Okay. Sometimes we do that. We'll say things your director's told you 1,000 times, right? And you go, oh, and you finally listen. Right? They do know what they're talking about, okay? Try it again. 25. 1, 2. Same sound. Da. There it is. And. Good. And as we're crescendoing, the higher part that continues to go out the first part, yes, it gets louder, but the lower parts we add have to be louder than the top part. All right? So if you come in on the second measure with the harmony that's lower than the top part, play stronger each time. All right? Put that in context to everybody. Everyone jump in there at 25. 25? Yeah. 25. Let's see what happens. That's the most important thing going on. Yeah, and I feel like a little retardando there myself. Yeah. Da, da, dee, da, 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 dee, da, da, da. Now we're back to where we were before.
Yeah, and it's fun to hear you guys in this space because we're hearing things. It really is better than our rehearsal space normally. But that rising line, that 16th line that's coming up there is going to show you exactly where to put that next dummy. Ears wide open. Go through that.
Yeah, you control it much more than I really do. I mean, seriously, that's what you hear, what you feel. Da da dee da 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 dee da 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 da. And so in some ways, you know, if we spent more time together, I would turn it over to you and say, all right, I'm just going to follow what you do. And you'd have a person or two that would control that. It's more organic that way. Okay? One more time at 25. Is that okay? Can we start there, please? All right. Women's are still important, but that fanfare is the most important thing. That may be too much, but the best part about that, you guys couldn't see it with the look on the face. It was, yeah, so that's okay. No problem. That may have been way too much at 28. It was just fun to do. But you get the idea. We've already heard this before. On the DC, I would say maybe the first time through, leave it like it is. But on the DC, now's a chance to maybe take a little bit of license there, just so it's not the same thing over and over again. Okay, and that would be quite nice. Good. The fanfare that takes place at measure 39, I think, can be much stronger from all of you. We've had this other line going on, ba-ba-da-ba-deep, and all of a sudden that stops, and it's just ba-ba-da-da-ba-da-da-ba-beam in the back. That could probably be stronger there. All right? So these are just some ideas. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on just on one piece, but I wanted to point that out. And I think at 94 at the end, at the very end here, the last few notes, again, length. Because I felt like we went dun, dun, deen, dun, da, and I think da, so we can hear the resolution, would be nice. Why don't we just, so we have some closure, why don't we start maybe at measure 91, 90, 88, maybe here? Yeah, well, yes, get into it, yeah. Oh, this. Yeah, that had that written down. Let's do that then. Start at measure...
It's the one page without bar numbers.
Yeah, sorry.
Bar numbers. So 80, 92, 91, 90, 89, 88, 87, 86.
Yeah, 86. Can we hear the horns, euphoniums, trombones, tuba?
You want everybody in, but would then emphasize? Or just
Let's have just those guys first, then we're going to add everybody else in. All right, let's just listen for this for a minute. I want to hear what you're doing. Good. But as you did the crescendo, I heard this. Dum, ba, ta, ta, Again, your articulation style changed. It's still da, 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 da. We're not changing our, there's volume and there's intensity. I can speak loud so you can all hear me, but I'm not yelling at you. You can also get in a situation, you may have seen this before, where you can be a whisper and someone can really chew you out. You know, like a parent maybe in the middle of a public place. You know, so that's high intensity but low volume. So here, as we change the volume, don't let the intensity change. That's not what's implied here. Okay, one more time. Good. Now, I wonder for all, thank you. All right, and some nice sounds, and we didn't change the articulation that time. That was good. For all of us, I wonder if we can note this. What's written back at 3 measures before that, 4 measures before that, is a mezzo piano with a crescendo up to forte, and then most of the ensemble drops out. There's just a trill, and it brings it down. That has to start softer and a different style. It's almost like in a movie. It's a meanwhile back at the house, because we've had this jump, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Meanwhile, over here, and then we crescendo back into where we left off. Can we play it that way and see what happens? So what was that measure number we just said?
We did it at 86.
86, 85, 84, 83, 82. Let's go to 82. Can you find that okay? Oh, there's 80 right there. Let's go to 82. Big crescendo, drop it down, soft, bring it back up. All right? I'll show you. Just watch my hands. Okay. That's my fault. Let's try it one more time. Now that's not incorrect, but what I'd like to see us do is go back to the same place, and can we do those 3 measures, a much bigger crescendo up to the trill? That's going to start at the same place we did in the first 3 measures, much louder, much quicker. Try it again, please. More, 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 and boom! Then, that crescendo. All right, so here's the thing. The second measure of your line that we were looking at, measure 87, the crescendo can be more. And here's the big question. For those of you that come back in at 89, on that big fortissimo, how loud is that fortissimo? Any thoughts? There is an answer. Your part has a bunch of rest, and you come back in on a big note, and it has fortissimo. So how loud is that supposed to be? The fact that we're not sure probably answers the question for us. What do you think? Really loud. All right, what does that mean? Enormously loud, okay. Yeah, Nadia? Loudest part of the piece? Let me give you a suggestion. These are not bad answers. Thank you for responding. I would say the downbeat of that measure is only as loud as the note that's at the end of the measure before it will let it be. Because you don't walk around and say, hey, guys, in a little bit you want to get some lunch? You know? Yeah, I had some algebra today, and man, I just didn't understand that. You don't let that one note pop all of a sudden. It has to be in context with what goes before it. So those of you that have the rest to come in, your ears are on these guys. They have ba-dee-da-dee-dum, ba-dum, bum, and wherever they play that note, bum, bum, you come in on one at that volume. Otherwise, it's jumping out at us all of a sudden. And if you don't think they did enough crescendo, you don't think they played loud enough, tough. That's what they gave you. You got to work with it, okay? You guys, marching band, yes? You've done marching band? You ever had somebody like, the line lines up, but it's not in the form?
Never.
You know, yeah. And you say, they're wrong, it's supposed to be in the line, but everyone is in the wrong spot. So you have to either go to your spot, be the one person that's out of line, or you just say, I got to go with it. So wherever they crescendo to, if you disagree with it, you just got to go with where they are, all right? That's enough talking about it. Let's play it. Start, please, at the same spot again. Back at 82, we said. Is that what it was? You know what I'm talking about? Okay. And then put your ears on those guys. And more. Boom. But, yeah? If you were playing an orchestral version of this, if I may use this for a second, if you were playing an orchestral version, the string players would not go da 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 da. They go da 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 da. Full bow. All right. So don't clip that note. That volume and that fortissimo we were asking about made so much more musical sense. Right where they left it, you picked it up, and that was fantastic. Did you hear the difference? Did you feel the difference? Yes? All right, do the ending, please. Let's get that note length taken care of. That's going to be, the note at 94 is longer. So why don't we start at measure 92? All right, this is 92. Yeah, not weaker, just longer. We'll just play that one note at 94. Just the note at 94. You break notes right before the beat. Okay? Ready? Yeah, but don't blow into your instrument, blow through your instrument. You can't go, ooh. That's like using that much bow. Right, you're good, exactly. All right, here we are. 94, ready? Good, but again, the note kind of all of a sudden, it swelled and got that little bit of a splat we talked about before. Okay, keep this firm. Try it again. And 2. Yeah, breathe like I do, though. Music doesn't start when you make sound. Music starts when you breathe. That's what the note's going to be. Da. My breath's going to be. So it's the same. I can't go, da. Okay, so start with the breath. Here we are. You get the style and the volume in your mind. Watch the hand. See? You have to have air. You can't move air if you don't take air in, right? And we tend to not breathe in as much as we like. We tend to go, and we sip the air in, and then we want to blow a whole lot of it out. It just doesn't work that way. All right? One last time, then I've got to step aside for a minute. All right, here we are. That one note, 94. Except for that one little chip we heard, that was the best one you had. Nice length, nice resonance. All right? That one little oops, that's okay, it happens. Go back to 92 now and get into it. Okay, 92. First note wasn't together, okay? Right here, breathe, and you can move a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. And molto ritardando, I didn't do it the way you normally do it. But that note has to be just as loud, right? You can't be yum, bum, beam, bum, da. This is the end, okay? Otherwise, you leave the audience kind of hanging, and you don't want that to happen. Did you hear the difference there? Yes? So overall, I like the way you're playing the piece. I think what a fine ensemble and some nice sounds. Just little things like breathing together to get a little bit more precision on the first notes, paying a little more attention to consistency and articulation style, and not clipping cadence points just because it's an eighth note. Eighth note still gets length. Okay, don't play it like a 16th or 32nd note. Those are just some of the main things I was hearing that will take an already good project and make it even better. Fair enough? Okay, nice job. I've got to step aside for a second. This gentleman over here, be back in like 3 minutes if you want to maybe flip to another piece. And I'll be right back. Okay, great. Nice job. Thank you guys for listening and paying attention and trying some things different. Okay, thank you so much. Hey.
Okay, here we are with Dr. Scott Tobias from West Virginia University. Can you talk to us a little bit about what you just did in rehearsal?
Well, we were looking at a piece of music they've played for a while, and so obviously they're in pretty good shape as far as understanding the piece and playing it. What we were mainly focusing on were just some details as far as articulation agreement or length. One thing we were talking about there towards the end is just making sure that we didn't clip ends of phrases off.
Right.
When you have a penultimate chord, a 5/7, or any kind of cadence, and it goes to 1, If you clip that last note off, then we never really hear the resolution as an audience. So that's
Right.
the main thing we were looking at, was just length of note, some articulations.
I liked when you sang the example of what how a violinist would do it, and then showed them that last note is almost always a down bow,
Right.
and that string players don't clip the note, whereas us, when we have to breathe, and yeah, we can be much more guilty of that.
And the interesting thing about wind players, and the reason I like to use bowing, is that we never can see
Yeah.
what we're doing.
I
Everything
use
takes
bowing
place
all the
inside.
time.
So yeah.
All the time. Yeah.
So using this microphone here, we talk about if it's a short note they were clipping, we've got which is not what they would do. The string
Right.
player would give that full bow,
Yes.
as you mentioned.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
that's a way
the-
to visualize that.
Yes, that works for sixth graders too.
Yeah, anybody,
It's,
yeah.
it's great. I also liked you were talking a few minutes ago about separating volume and intensity, and
Right.
you were talking about how a crescendo doesn't necessarily mean changing the articulation, which was great.
Right. It might, it
Yep.
depends on the context.
Yes, of course.
But I think too often we just associate getting louder with getting more intense, and sometimes when we do that, we change the character of the piece unintentionally.
Sure.
And so it's a matter of, if you use a mixing board example, you have to decide how much is the volume knob going up and how much is the intensity knob changing, and they may not be the same all the time.
Yes, yeah, and as a tuba player, it's very easy when we get louder. It usually the sound suffers and the articulation suffers, and it gets behind the beat. And I'm always talking to my students about how you have to be able to adjust just volume and change nothing else,
Right.
like nothing else.
Right.
That's really hard to do,
It
or
is.
change one thing a lot and one thing a little, and then it's.
Right.
I use the soundboard analogy as well.
There you
So,
go. There you go.
and then the last thing is, I loved how you talked about how all entrances need to be within the context of what came right before it, and then you
Right.
used a visual again of being in line on a marching band field, and
Right.
about how where you're standing is relative to
Relative to the other.
to everybody else.
Yeah, I always say, teach them what they don't know by using something that they do know.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
in this case, it was just trying to use different examples. If you heard the students' answers, when we say, how loud is that? And the answers we got were enormously loud or very loud. What does that mean?
Right.
So I think once they put it in context, though, just watching their eyes, that it made a lot more musical sense as it was smoother. So
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Okay, well we'll get you back
Great.
in there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right, so how are we relating to each other? Even the concept of what's the most important material versus what's secondary supporting material, right? How about knowing who we're sharing lines with? So if the melody's coming from the trumpets and the clarinets and the flutes, how you're relating to each other that way, right? So yeah, getting your ears around the ensemble. There's a real repeated line in the business that says the time for you to learn your music is by yourself in a practice room in your room at home. When you get in rehearsal, that's the time to learn everybody else's part. So getting our ears around the ensemble becomes really important.
Yeah, Dr. Tobias, they are dialed in, man. They already have a hit list of things that you've talked about.
All right, you get out of your way. Have fun. Sure. When we have break at the end of this session, there's water, some water for y'all, and I think there's some goldfish crackers or something like that back there. Nothing says celebrate a break like salty snacks, so have a blast with that.
Spare no expense here. Yeah, right?
Anyway, that was just some thoughts on that piece.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We can move on if you like.
Sure, let's take a look.
Y'all done this for a while.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, the other ones are not as quite as ready.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's take a look at metamorphic dances. Percussionist, where are we at? Just so I know. And you've sold your soul, right? You've ingratiated yourself appropriately.
Yeah, a little mishap. A little something. All right.
Good.
Yeah. All right, so we'll start with the first movement. I would like to leave time to get to the fourth. So
Please.
Wherever
We are, we've got 35 minutes. So
from now.
if I'm,
remaining.
right, we started at 9:15, go to 10:45. It's 10:10 now, so
Try and do no more than half on this one.
you got it. That sounds fine.
Cool. All right, so let's take a look at first movement. We'll try and do first and fourth movement this morning. I'm sure we'll work on them a little bit differently as well as we get going, okay? Here we go.
Okay, that's fun. Look at measure 9 for a minute with the melody. You have 2 16th notes and an 8th note, right? That ba-da-lap, ba-da-lap, ba. Which note gets the most weight, or should get the most weight? Yes. First one, I agree, yeah. It's ba-da-lap, ba-da-lap, ba-da-lap. And we could exaggerate that a little bit. Can we try that one time? I think trumpets, you have the melody there at 9. Is that correct? Yes, yes, trumpets. Can we hear that one time, trumpets? And the first note gets the weight. And 2, 3. Do you guys, thank you, do you guys hear that as the first note getting the weight, the way they played it? I kind of hear it all the same. And maybe the last almost like a ba-da-lap, ba-da-lap. Can we try a little bit more and put the emphasis on the right syllable? Do you understand what I just said? Okay, emphasis, syllable, okay, yeah. All right, you can explain that later to them. They'll understand the joke later. But we want to hear more jabba-dap, like a primary stroke on a snare drum. Jabba-dap, and the others just bounce off of it. Try it, please. 2, 2. Good, good. And treat the note at the end of the measure like a pickup note, almost like a sneeze. Achoo, achoo. So it's ba-da-dap, ba-da-dap, ba-da-dap. We're kind of throwing away that 8th note on the end of 2. We don't want to do that. Try it again. That was better, by the way. You guys listen, see if this is better. 2, 2. But in order to come down strong, we have to jump up in the air. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? So we have to have da-da-da, up, da-da-da, up, and we're throwing away that 8th note on the end of the measure a little bit too much. That will help you play the accent on the downbeat more. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. I'll try it one more time. All right? Use more air, bigger sound. 2, 2. Now, you're trying to, in playing it louder, you're trying to come in a little bit earlier. All right? Would you do this, please? And everyone can do this. Let's just get everybody involved. What key are we in this piece? B flat? Starting on a concert. F? Yeah. Everyone take an F. Take an F. You've heard that melody enough times now you can play the first 3 notes, right? Do-do-do. Percussion, you can hit whatever's in front of you. Okay? Just at each other, please. Okay? All right, everyone try this. Da-da-da. 2. Ready? Uh-huh. One more time. 2. If you have the melody and you know it, great. If you don't have the melody, just play it F over and over again. Do-do-do. There's 3 notes. 2, 3. One more time. Strong on the first note. Ready? Yeah, but don't kill it. Just da-da-da. Okay, try it again. 2, ready? Good. Is it chocolate cake or is it chocolate cake? We want chocolate cake. Chocolate cake. I can't think of another analogy right now. Try it again. 2, 3. Good. Now we're going to do that. We're going to add the 8th note, which is a pickup to the next measure, next time you say it. Ba-da-da, ba-ba-da-da, ba-ba-da-da. Just do it over and over again, okay? Don't play the melody, the music. Just use the same rhythm over and over again, the same measure over and over again. All right, and everyone can join in if you like. You guys play an F back there. Tubas, you can play an F, bass player, so just play concert F. And 2, 3. So I'm hearing this. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ooh. You're throwing that note away. I want to hear ba-da-da, ba-ba-da-da, ba-ba-da-da. Okay, I would say the only thing more important than the downbeat is that eighth note at the end of the measure. So play it stronger and play it louder. Okay, one more time. Da-da-da, ba-ba-da-da, 2, 2, Good, good. Thank you for doing that. I just want to get you guys involved so you can understand this. Trumpets, please. Now, make it a short note on the attitude, but with a lot of air and a lot of strength. Da-da-da, dit, da-da-da, dit, da-da-da. You guys play it one time, just the melody. Clarinets, flutes, you have it later on. Can you play the same thing with them? You have it at another 56, yeah. Same thing. And 2, ready, and. Good, good. But here's the difference. Whether you say, this is fun, I like this, yay, or you say, yeah, papi, yappada. It's not what you play, it's how you play it. If your friend walks in the room and you say, how are you doing today? And they look at you and they go, fine. They said fine, but you know they're not fine. And it's not because of what they said. They said they were fine. It was how they said it. So right now, this is a party. Yabba-da, da-ba-da-da. It's a polka, all right? Try it. Nothing better than a polka on a Saturday morning. And 1, 2, ready, and. Good, good, that's better. Now that third measure that you have there, when you have yap-ba-dum, what is it the third measure, I believe? Yes? All right, the important note is the last note, and you're doing that right, but in order for us to have a strong last note, we have to launch ourselves by playing the downbeat a little bit stronger. Yum-ba-dum, okay? If you want to throw a ball a distance, you can't do it like this. Look up here. You can't have the ball, you can't go long distance. You have to wind up to throw it. You want a bow and arrow to work, you got to pull back before it goes forward. So in this case, you have to play the downbeat a little stronger. It launches you to the second note, which is the strong note. All right? Try it again, please. And 1, 2, ready, and yo, ta-da! That's better. You just want to exaggerate it a little bit more. Okay? You can play things in two different ways, and you can play this, you know, like you can play Mary Had a Little Lamb, you can play it this way. Or you can play it this way. Or you can play it this way. It's the same notes, the same chords, it's just different styles. It'll give you different ideas. You know, whatever you want to do. So it's not the what, it's the how. So you guys make us have some fun. Trumpets, play it. The rest of you, see if you want to have a party here. You're getting goldfish and water next. I mean, holy cow. They spare no expense around this place. All right, here we go. Ready? And 1, 2, ready, and. That's better. You almost got marginally excited. I almost got a duck bump. It's not quite a goose bump, but I got a duck bump. That's close, all right? Everyone, play at 9. You've been patient. Thank you. Here we go. 9. Everyone. It's character. And all fun times. Good. Now we're starting to feel a little bit of some energy to it. I don't think it's where you want it yet, obviously, but that felt better to me than what we did earlier, okay? So just think more about what you're trying to portray. Remember, the best concerts in the world are never meant to be heard. They're meant to be felt, all right? So when you play a concert, you don't want the audience to hear you. You want them to feel. So what should they feel in this piece? Give us some words when they're playing. I've already given you several words, but what should the audience feel when they hear you play this? Excitement, happy, energy, goldfish, you know? They have to, and if you don't have grandmama in the audience out there going, then you haven't done your job, okay? You don't want at the end them to go, that was very nice, dear. I enjoyed that, okay? You get the idea. Okay, you got the idea, we'll move on. Other things that I heard here were just similar in style and trying to just bring out the accents. I think that's really what we're talking about. 56, clarinets, would you demonstrate? Everyone play at 56 one time. Same thing with the clarinets, playing the same melody, but everyone can join in. And 2, 2, and. Good, good. Now, if we're at a polka or a gathering, different characters. This is the children in the room dancing, da-da-up, beep, ba-da-up, and then you're the adult who wants to interject. Up, 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 up. You know, don't make so much noise. Whatever the parent says, all right? Whatever your parents tell you. So try it again, and they're going to have some fun, and you're going to interrupt the party. And 2, 3, Good. And you can almost be a little bit angrier. Or maybe not. Decide whether it's a laugh. It could be a laugh. Or it could be an angry, you know, get off my lawn, you kids, whatever it happens to be. But there has to be a character change. If there's not a character change, it's just sounds. Try it one more time. Let's see what you come up with. You guys listen and see if you think they're the angry man saying get off my lawn or if they're laughing. All right? You guys decide and tell each other what you're going to do real quick. All right, here we go. Starting at the same place. And 56. They're deciding still. You got an idea? All right, here we go. And 1, 2, ready, and. Good. Now, was that the laughing or was that the angry man? Was that the angry man? They're not even sure. Okay. It's okay. The idea is still there. Here's the thing. You guys that said angry man, at least they gave you an idea of something. You didn't look and go, we can't tell. You all immediately all agreed it was angry man. So at least they had a message coming across. That's the point to take home. All right? You and your director will decide what the characters are and how you want to portray it. The only wrong answer is that you don't portray anything. It doesn't matter whether it's this or that. The only wrong answer is not to do anything at all. So that's good. All right? So that's that movement. That's kind of, it sums up that movement. I think it's just character and just articulation and figuring out where the weight is. It's ba-da-dop and not ba-da-dop. And maybe go listen to some good polka music on your way home. Maybe the percussion can listen to polka music for a couple hours. That'd be their
That might be
their penance. All right. All right. Fourth movement, you said?
Yes, sir.
All right. Fourth movement, everybody. Now, this is the one you said you had some questions about. Okay.
Yeah.
Cakewalk.
You'll see.
Okay. Fantastic.
You know, it works.
It's just written in a way that doesn't go with the meter. Yeah.
It just doesn't, and I've tried a couple of different things. So.
Well, let's see what we come up with then. Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. I understand. I understand completely. Good. So sometimes there is music, and especially if you do any kind of jazz, sometimes it's music that's just easier to be felt than it is to be counted. And I think that's kind of what this piece is. And sometimes composers will have in their mind something they will hear. They'll hear it first. Then they have the tough task of going, okay, how will I notate that? And I think this is one of those cases where he heard it in his mind, and it made perfect sense how he heard it, but then he had to figure out how to write it down. And it doesn't look like it sounds in some cases. It's close. So let's figure out, I think in this case, where are the anchor notes? In other words, instead of playing something like, I'm looking at measure number, take 31 for a minute. Just look, as an example, just look at measure 31. Not a good example, but it's just an example. Instead of that measure, instead of playing ba-da-da-da-dam, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, which is the rhythm, I want to figure out where the anchor notes are. And the anchor notes would be, for me, ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So there's two anchor notes. There's one and there's the and of two. And let everything else flow. Because what he wants us to feel is more of a doom, And the rest of it's just filler. And so I think as you go through this pattern and it changes, instead of thinking 1 and 2 and 1, 2, 3, 1 and 2 and 3, figure out where the anchor notes are. And then go with, and even in conducting, instead of trying to think 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3, just simply more pointing out anchor notes and then modify your pattern. So that what you end up seeing from him won't necessarily be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It may be more of a da da la da la 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 something like that. But you're conducting the music, and that may take some time to figure out where those anchor notes are. But that's my suggestion. Yeah. Let's try it and see what we can come up with. Look at 25. Let's just use that as an example. That's a decent spot.
Yeah, 25 is okay.
Is that okay?
25
All right.
is a good one to work on.
Okay. Let's start there then. So let's play the first. Let's play up to the 4/4 bar. So the first, 6 bars or so? 6, 7 bars? Okay? So let's just sing it one time. And that's the only thing about the music. Let's just sing it and see how it feels. So the rhythm we have is that da-da, ba-da, ba, ba-da, ba-da. There's a hole in my score, so I can't really see that last one. That's okay, no. Yeah, so look at 25 one time. Let's just sing 25. Everyone, I'll just do it rote teaching. This is not the best way to do it, but this is just a way. It's a quick way. All right, so it's ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. Ready? And ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. And say it loud. You're excited. Again, goldfish coming up. All right? And 2, 3, and. Yeah, da-da, ba-da, ba-da. Now, in the next measure, we got 3. I got to figure out what that is. All right, so we have ba-da, 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 ba-do-da, ba-da, ba-da. Yeah, so ba-da, 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 ba-do, da-da, ba-da.
And part of it for them, the trumpet I feel like should still be the primary line.
Exactly.
But the flute figure who have that on top
Right.
is against it.
And so we're going to have,
Or has some balance.
yeah, we're going to have to memorize 2 different things, basically. So if we're here and we're going ba-da, 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 ba-do-do-da, it's weird because it feels like it's shortchanged. You know, he's taken an 8th note away. So everyone look up here. This is what it's going to be. It's ba-da, 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 ba-do-do-da. And in cases like this, I try to put some kind of a phrase to it. You know, we love the goldfish, please, more, and we love, or whatever. I'm stuck on this goldfish thing right now. I don't know why. Okay, you go with what works. But that's how I would suggest that. Trumpets, would you play it one time? The rest of you just listen one time. We're going to have you sing with them once you hear it a couple times. All right, 1 and 2. Right on 25. That was my bad. 25. Trumpets, go ahead and play. Good. And I would lean into it. Okay? Lean hard, right? Because you get the feel. And 1 and 2. And after you do that several times, there are pieces of music sometimes you hear on the radio that you've heard all your life, and you don't even think about it. But you're moving at certain times, or you sing certain lines. It's so ingrained. This is what's going to have to be with this. So da-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-do-da-da-ba-da-ba-da. And then we'll have to do the flute part separate, and they're going to have to just operate independently of each other. But that's how I would approach this, is just trying to figure out. So when I conduct it now, instead of thinking da-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da, it's just more ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-do-da. I'm just getting the 1, and then maybe the do-do-da back into the next measure.
Okay.
And let everything else just fall.
Okay.
It's going to take time, though. It's not a quick fix.
Yeah. I don't know where we're at with time.
We are 15 minutes,
Okay,
so
good.
we're in good shape.
Okay.
Why don't we,
Let's just say we can look a little further on.
I'm about to say, this-
settles a
yeah.
little bit.
so look at 38 for a minute. All right, 38. Trombones, would you play for us there at 38? All right, 2, 2. Good. So I would just feel it, and everything the way it's syncopated, it feels like it does this until it lands on 4. So just da 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 da. I'm not even counting or thinking. It's just you feel it, all right? Everyone in the room just say da 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 with me over and over again, and watch my hand will drop, and see if my hand drops when you feel an arrival. 2, ready, and da 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 da. You feel it goes, and it comes back around. It's because he's shifting it 1/16th note every single time, and after a while, it just lands back on 1 again. And so when I'm thinking about this, instead of trying to think 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, it's more do 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 pop pop. And so all I'm doing is showing arrivals or anchor notes. Initially, we're probably going to have to do this to help them figure out where it is. But I think your end goal is to get out of the way, and you guys take over the responsibility. Does that make sense what I'm saying? You're not counting, you're feeling. And that's contrary to what we've been taught all our lives since 6th grade. 'Cause it was always, how do you count it? What's the beat? How do you feel it? Now we're saying, don't do any of that. Okay? Pick a spot and let's just see where we want to go. Do you want to start back before that?
Yeah, just to hear. Let's
25 maybe, or?
I mean, it is. Actually, let's start at 38.
Okay.
And go on.
Okay.
From there. Okay. And that'll get us out of the 3-8 game a little
You
bit.
know, and I know you come here for like some concrete suggestions, and I hate to give you, everything else has been fairly concrete. I hate to give you one now that just says, just feel it. I mean, that's like a Music Man idea, and it's the worst idea in the world. But there is some truth to that. I think you have to start off by counting it. You have to start off by counting it, but eventually you have to move from that to feeling the inflection. So it's not quite the think system, but.
You all right?
All right.
Okay.
That was sharp, by the way. So
Yeah.
just pull out.
Let's go at 38, folks.
Okay. Let me mention one thing to you. Would you look at say, measure, everyone please, just count with me, please. Find 56 and then count backwards with me, please. 55, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's a 4-4 bar after a 3-4. We all there? And you have these straight eighth notes. Two things about the eighth notes. Number one, that's the most important line, that chromatic line. Everything else is a repetitive rhythm we've heard before. So that descending chromatic line can be brought out a lot more. Second thing is it can't slow down. And it wants to a little bit, because everything else has been and then you get into dot, 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 and it wants to slow down. So I'm going to show you a way of counting that is different, but is actually more correct. Would you just count eighth notes with me? 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and just repeat it over and over again? Ready? Yeah, but how much energy do you have? 1 and 2. Goldfish. All right. Good, and that's how we've been taught since day one, and it's incorrect. I was taught incorrect too. Because the note we call the and of 1 has really little to do with 1. The and of 1's job is to get us to 2. You may have heard this before, okay? And so calling it the and of 1 is really incorrect. It really should be the prep of 2. So how does that affect us? Well, this, instead of thinking what you just counted, 1 and 2 and 3 and, it's even written that way, the and's connected back to the 1. That makes us lean backwards in time. What we need to think of is this. Listen to how I count now. It's subtle, but it's different. Percussion, listen to this too, because it affects probably you more than anyone else. It's going to be this. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, as opposed to 1 and 2 and 3 and. Do you see what's different? It's and 2, not 1 and. And if you do it that way, I think you'll see it pushes forward. Try it the new way and see if it feels different. So it's and 2 and 3. You're counting the same thing, you're just putting an inflection different, right? 2, 3, and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. So now when you get, thank you, when you get into 51, instead of dot dot deet dot deet dot, now you're going to play dot 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 dot, and it pushes the music forward. Does that make sense to you? 6/8's the same way. Count 6/8 the way we've always learned 6/8. Up here, ready? And 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6. Right? But the 2 3 have nothing to do with 1. It really should be 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1, because 2 3 their job is to get to 4 and 5 6. So in the 3/8 bars here, when you have that 1 2 3, I would not play this piece of music with 1 2 3. I'd play it as 1 2 1 2 3 1, and that way you're not going to slow down. And I think that'll help the feel of the piece a little bit. So just look at your note grouping and remember that the notes in between the beats, their job is really to get you to the next one, not to be hanging on to the one before. And when you get into here, like for example, look at that 51. Just count with me at 51 the meters, all right? Forget your notes. But you got 3 bars of 4, 1 bar of 2, and 1 3/8 bar. Do you see this? So just count the 1 and 2 and 3 with me. Here we are at the spot 51, just counting out loud. 2, 2, and and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 2 3 1 and 2 and 3. And so it's always pushing forward. Does that concept at least make sense? You can work on it later. I just want to, while I was thinking about it, that'll keep it from slowing down, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. You want to try and go ahead? Yeah.
I was going to say, let's wrap it up just a little bit.
Yes.
If we could get to the end, just to get other feedback or thoughts, and then we'll.
Sure, let's do that. You want to start right where you left off there?
Can we take it right at 56?
Sure, yeah.
Here we go. 56.
Okay, yeah. And getting to the end there, and you were doing some of this, when you get to the 70, I'm just chords, because they're the motor that'll keep going, and it'll work just fine. Do that the last measure, if you wouldn't mind. Bump, ba-da-dum, bump, beam, bump. All right, so percussion, super strong on the snare and timpani line, and very crisp. Ba-da-dum, okay? Everyone the last measure? Everybody? But again, context. When we said earlier that how loud is loud, it was as loud as the person before you. So percussion, how loud do you play? Ba-da-da, the volume that they give you from 1. So if they play boop, then you play boo-da-doop. But if they play bop, you've got to play ba-da-da. And then whatever they play, you play to answer. Okay, try it again. Now last measure, listen to each other. 3. Yeah, because you have to echo things back and forth. I told a group yesterday, if you go to the mountains and you go hello, it should echo back. Hello, hello, hello. If you go up there and you go hello and it comes back hi, you got to run. It's just, you know. So you don't want to have them go bop, boo-da-doop, ba-da-da, bop. That's all different. It all has to be the same. All right, try it one more time. Listen louder than you play. All right, 2, 2. That's better. Now the last note, you have it written as an 8th note, yes? People before you also have an 8th note. Now I told you earlier about doing open releases and hold long, but this is a different style. So I think your note has to be the same length as their note, and right now it's longer than theirs, all right? Try it all the same again. That was better, by the way, volume-wise and style-wise. Do it again. And 2, 2. Yeah, and dampen the cymbals as quick as possible. All right? So nothing rings. Start one more time. And 2, 2. And yeah, and then the timpani. Do the grand sweep. We got to make sure nothing rings, okay? I had a band director one time who used to say, throw a dead goat on it. I don't know. He just meant dampen it, you know? I don't know what happened with the dead goat, but that was bad. All right, try it again. All right, last measure. Ready? Last measure. So much better. 2, 2, And the bass drum hit, I know it's ringing on the other side, so we'll have to do the squeeze technique. But that makes more sense to my ear. I don't know for you guys. Does it sound better for you guys? Yeah, that's really good. When you do anything that's repetitive, and I'm looking at like measure number, from the end, 7 back from the end. You have the 2/4 bar. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Again, every time you do it, it has to grow, and that will help. Good. I would also recommend back over. I got to find where it was. Look at 70 for a minute, please. Everyone find 70? You want to bring out what's different. At 70, what's different? woodwinds that are playing there? What's the different thing in 70?
In the context of the piece.
Or even within the measure. Either way, yeah. You have an answer? Well, that's where the chord comes in. That's true, yeah. But as far as maybe internally, and that's good, because that's talking big picture. As far as your part, what's different in your part in measure 70? There's a lot that looks the same, and then something that's different. I see ba-da, 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 but then on... It is. I'm looking at beat 4 right now. I'm kind of leading you there. Is that what you're going to say? Because you have da 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 da. So there's one measure that is all slurred, and it's not the same note over and over again. So what does that tell me as a musician to do? Bring that out. Da da ba da ba da ba da ba da 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 ba da ba da ba da ba da da da. And so when you do that in that measure, the next measure it happens on the E of 3. So I would try to make a more of a change there. That's more important. What's different? Can you try that one time at 70? This is all percussion, all woodwinds that have that. Okay? When it goes to a slurred line, play louder, play stronger, and crescendo. And 2, 3. Okay? And we hear it change, but I would, as you get more comfortable with the piece, I would even do more. Almost like backing off a little bit. On ba-da, 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 da-da-da-da-da, ba-da, ba-da, and bring that out. That way your part doesn't become too repetitive and too, I don't want to say boring, but it's more interesting the other way around. Okay? Good. Yeah. We've got about 5 minutes. One more thing in a piece like this that I'll share with you and then see if you have any questions or anything. I shared this yesterday because it's just something I believe in. We talk a lot about, in playing music, about creating sound. And we're always taught from day one, we're going to play the sound, then we're going to release the sound. We never talk so much about creating silence. And I think music is equally silence as it is sound. Because the more you have the silence, the more the sound makes sense, and vice versa. And so when you do a piece like this, the space between the notes is just as important as the notes themselves. And you have to agree on it. All right, so I'm going to ask you to do one quick exercise, and then you can do it later on your own if you choose to. In a second, I'm going to ask you to make some noises. You can clap, snap, whatever you want to do, but keep your focus on me while you're doing it. And I'm going to give you a downbeat, and we're going to create silence. And then we're going to release the silence. Think about what that would mean if you're going to release silence. You'd have to actually, we'll see what you come up with, all right? So focus on me, make some sounds. Good. So all we're doing is we're just flipping what you're normally doing. And so in this case, when you go into a piece of music, I don't want you to think about, playing sounds and then whenever you're not playing, just whatever happens, happens. I want you to think about, actually, I'm either playing and creating sound or I'm creating silence. Because what you just did when you created silence, you all stopped and you were very careful not to move. You were very careful to make sure it was completely quiet. As opposed to sometimes in music, we'll play ba-da, 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 and we disengage. Don't want to disengage. You want to stay active. And I think you'll find that space will clarify some of the rhythms and some of the syncopation, because then it's like putting space between words in a book. If they were all run together, you could still read it, but it'd be a lot harder. But we put a space between the words just to help it flow better. In music, we're putting space between sounds, and it just helps it to hear better. And otherwise, it gets just muddy. Okay? I think that would help on the Polonaises as well. So I wanted to share that with you before I had to turn you loose or before I had to leave. Questions from you guys? Anything? Anybody at all? No, you good? That's unusual. Okay, that's good. No. Any questions or anything else you want to look at?
Good chance to work on the fourth and just talk about some of the feeling.
Yeah, I think so.
That was one of my bigger questions, so we'll dig in on some of that when we get back.
Yeah.
For sure.
We've got like 60 seconds. Can I just start the fourth movement with you and let me take it for a second at fourth movement? And let's just see what happens, and then we'll wrap it up here. You guys have been great this morning. Thanks for trying some different things out. All right, here's the beginning of the fourth movement. Let's just see what happens. And I may butcher this, so if I do, just keep playing. Okay? All right, good. Yeah. So all I was focused on was just a feel. And let's like a dance. It's a dance. Okay? And how'd you feel with that? Yeah? Now, my challenge to you would be to exaggerate things. There's a little bit of comedy in here, and it's not ba-da-la-da-la, ba-da-la-da-la-lum-bum. It's actually ba-da-la-da-la, 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 yeehaw, ba-da-la-da-la. It's that kind of a feel. And so you can't play it like you're at the opera with a coattails and tie and a bow tie. You have to play it with a little straw hat and some stuff and have some fun with it. Okay? That was fun, though. That felt okay. And meter-wise, it felt okay. It kind of locked in. So that's just go with the feel and get out the way, yeah. That's the worst thing as directors that we can ever learn to ourselves, is sometimes we just need to just get out of the way and let them do it. It makes you feel very helpless, but it's because you've done great teaching. That's why you get out of the way. All right? Well, again, thank you, guys. I look forward to maybe hearing you again sometime in the future. I wish you the best, okay? Thanks so much. You bet.
Great, okay, good. Yeah, so we have 15, just 2-3 minutes before that time. We'll be back here. By all means, give a snack to both of you if you like. But I would just caution you, think about what you're spitting in your instrument afterwards. Like, make sure not just the hair, you know? And we're good to go. So, see you guys in
Jason,
10 minutes.
I'm sorry, I have just one short thing, friends. There's some kind of piano recital thing going on with little kids in our recital hall that's kind of like on the other side of the bathrooms. Just be aware of that, so that as we're passing back and forth on that side of the building, try to keep the noise down so that those little kids could have a good experience.
For that sake, let's kind of make this home base. If you need to use the restrooms, it's right down the hall there, okay? And if you wanted to check out any of the Westchester stuff in the main hallway, you can. But otherwise, if you're just hanging, come on back here and hang here. Thank you all. Yeah, I'm out right now. We'll have to, I didn't bring a puller, so we'll let it cool off, and we'll see what we can do a little bit later, okay? We're about my head hurt.
But after you hear it, it's like, oh, that's okay.
Yeah, and the orchestration is so easy on that. Yeah, that last eighth note in 3/8. For a while, that's what was jarring. Right. I didn't even do that too. Right.
And I think they get it, but they just don't get anything else.
Yeah.
I think that's what.
And part of it too, this is serious, is like just where, I had a professor who was telling you about doing sure, yeah. Where am I turning? Where am I turning? Right. And it didn't feel like I wasn't getting enough to get back to the downbeat. Yeah. Get one open.
Get one, and
and not even.
I always say, unless they knew it. I had a teacher one time who told me it's always minimum gesture for maximum result. Meaning do as little as you have to get as much as you can. It didn't mean do little. It meant if you had to do this, but that's what you have to do. But don't do more than what you have to do. So if you can get them to create, and you can get one, and they can do it, you don't need to do anything else. Or it's just you don't even need to do it. So whatever that minimum is. So it's kind of a minimalistic approach as opposed to
No, it's good.
Thanks so much.
No, it's a blast. Great young people. This is a very cool. say, you know, the ensemble, the clinicians right.
And then when I see this, someone else comes in there, and they have totally opposite things for new things. Yeah. The same shit. 6, 7 hours.
Well, exactly located. We are an hour north of Philadelphia, so we're an hour from here. It's kind of a triangle.
Okay.
Who's here? You're here, and I'm there.
Yes. Okay. Trying to learn my Eastern PA.
Where were you prior to? Forgive me, I didn't.
That's okay. Year 4 at West Virginia, but before that I was at UCF in Orlando.
Okay.
Before that I was at Appalachian State in North Carolina. And that's a high school in Georgia, South Carolina.
Okay.
So most of my home base has been Carolinas, Georgia, Florida.
Yep.
And West Virginia is the new part.
Okay.
And I'm learning Western PA because of where I am.
For sure.
But this is my first kind of venture into learning Eastern PA.
It's in Eastern PA, and Adam. I mean, these guys will tell you, but it's an odd bird around here. Like, concert bands are not a thing. I don't know if you guys were talking about this.
No, I mean, you probably inferred from some of the conversation.
But we
All right, here we are coming to you live from Westchester University's National Band Association Band Symposium. My name is Andrew Hitz, and I am the host for these 2 days. I am from Shenandoah Conservatory, and I am joined right now by Bruce Rickert from Peak Group Travel. How are you, Bruce?
I'm great, thank you.
And you are an alum of Westchester University,
I
aren't
am an
you?
alum of Westchester University. I went back in a graduate of 1986.
There you go. Well, we're going to talk about that some more in a second, as well as talking about the sponsor, Peak Group Travel. If you are watching this live stream, it is because of this gentleman right here, because they are sponsoring the live stream, so thank you very much for that.
Welcome.
So we are in a short break here. We're going to get right back to another clinic. The second clinic segment is going to be starting momentarily, and we have 3 bands with us. It's 6 bands total for this festival. There were 3 last night. We had Phoenixville High School, Cedar Crest High School, and Boyertown Area High School. And this morning and this afternoon, we have Central Bucks East under the direction of Jason Morehouse. We have Blue Ridge High School under the direction of Vince LaRusso, and we have Unionville High School under the direction of Eddie Otto. And we have some fantastic clinicians this year, as there always are. Dr. Andy Yozviak, who is the director of bands here, is calling it the West year, because we have from West Virginia University, we have Dr. Scott Tobias. From Western Michigan University, we have Dr. Scott Borma. And then we also, of course, have Dr. Greg Martin from here, and who I actually yesterday, I've known Greg for years, and I called him Greg Miller. Who's one of the best horn players in the world, and so he laughed and said, "Well, that sounds like an upgrade then." So he has quite the sense of humor if you don't know him. So, but we are the format is, if you're just tuning in, that during the clinic, which is an hour and a half long, that at the halfway point, I go and grab the person who you see working with the band. They come out here, and then I talk to them briefly about what they're doing and then about what they're about to do. And so it's this rare look under the hood of like a world-renowned teacher telling you while they're in the middle of teaching exactly what it is that they're working on. It's kind of fascinating.
That's great.
Yeah, it's really neat. So, the next one, I'm actually not sure who is next on stage. I think that's actually going to be Greg, not Miller, Martin. So is who we are going to get to see working with the Central Bucks High School East band, who is on stage this morning. So let's talk a little bit about Peak Group Travel, and I loved the fact that it all actually kind of started here in Westchester for you, how you got even into the business. And so, as we said, you were a music ed major here.
I was a music ed major from 82 to 86. Believe it or not, I was a choral major, music ed major, but I was very involved in the marching band. I was marching band all 4 years. I played in the concert band and the symphonic band. I was very involved in the marching band as the quartermaster. I was actually the graduate assistant for the Westchester Marching Band in 86. And after my first semester, I was under the direction of Dr. James R. Wells,
Mm-hmm.
and he offered me a job. He ran a company called Music in the Parks. He was looking for a new director, and I took the job of his director in December of 1986, and first job out of college. So for 7 years, I ran Music in the Parks, which was a music festival company. And after 7 years, I was looking for a change, and I left them, and I did a little dabbling in a couple other things, and then people kept calling me saying, "Can you run my trip? Can you run my trip?" And so I did.
That's
on
the problem
side.
when you're good at things.
Yeah.
People bother you to do that
Right,
thing.
Exactly. And interestingly enough, my first client I'm traveling to California with next week.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be his 7th trip to California. He goes every 4 years.
Wow.
And we've got many other clients too. So Westchester is where I started, and I have to thank them for getting me into the music industry and this company.
Wow. As an example, tell us about that California trip. What is that group doing?
So that group is very interesting because they're traveling 5 ensembles. They're traveling 2 bands, a percussion ensemble, an indoor guard, and a jazz band.
If someone asked me to plan that trip, I would just start laughing.
Yeah.
And then they would hang up.
Okay, and so they're going for 5 days, and they're all 5 groups are performing.
Wow.
And all 5 groups get a clinic. So those clinics entail, we're doing a jazz clinic at a jazz club.
Cool.
And then that group is performing that night in the jazz club as the feature band with the clinician as their feature soloist.
Neat.
Their guard is performing in a guard competition. Their bands are performing at Disney. Both of their bands are performing at Disney. The percussion ensemble is performing on Santa Monica Pier. And then clinic-wise, their bands are clinicking with Sean O'Loughlin.
Yeah, I know
So,
Sean.
You know, we try to bring in high-powered people.
Yeah, that's great.
We actually had Wayne Bergeron coming in for the jazz band, but he was unable to come in. But we found someone else that's just as good. So
That's great.
very excited about those opportunities for our groups.
Wow.
And that's the kind of thing we like to do. We like to be very creative. We'll take you to a music festival if you want to go to a music festival, but we would rather come up with great performance, clinics, opportunities for your bands.
Wow, that's
choirs
great.
and orchestras.
Tell Sean that I said hello.
I will.
Yeah, I was in my former life, I was in Boston Brass for 14 years, and we commissioned a piece by him. Geez, it was almost 20 years ago now.
Yeah.
So, because we're all getting old. So,
Yeah.
but
Well,
yeah.
Sean is great, and he's done
Yeah.
an amazing job with this band, and we try to use him as much as we can.
Yeah, he's a fantastic composer and also a clinician as well.
Sure.
He's a great conductor. He's a great teacher. He's a great communicator,
Right.
and he's a Yankees fan. I'm like, I try not to say nice things about those people at all, and yet he is all those things. I have to be honest. So,
Well, my wife's a Yankees fan, but we won't count that
Well-
against her either.
if she's coming to dinner tonight, just keep us separated.
Yeah,
and
okay.
everything will be fine. I'm from Boston. I don't want to let down my parents. So
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
you know, I blame how I was raised
I
on everything.
understand.
Nature and nurture. I tell my parents, whichever one it is, it's their fault, right?
There you go.
Genetics, their fault, or how they raised me, and so everything I do is their fault.
Yeah.
But now I'm a dad, and so now
Now it's your
suddenly,
fault.
and now I don't agree with that assessment anymore, except for when I do.
Good.
So, well, fantastic. Where can people find out more about Peak Group Travel?
So you can go to peakgrouptravel.com. It's very interesting. Peak Group Travel is our newest brand. We just are changing out our company. It used to be Peak Performance Tours. We're changing to Peak Group Travel. We just think it's a better lingo, and it's going to be a brand new website coming out right in time for the Texas Music Educators Convention.
Right.
So we've got
That's
2
a
weeks
big
to
one.
put that together,
Right.
which is exciting and a little scary at the same time.
Sure.
But come to our site and ask us for a proposal. We're happy to do proposals for anyone. We do not expect any money up front. We'll write a proposal for anybody that wants one, and we'll put all these great opportunities for your students into it.
Oh, that's great. That's great. All right. So, again, head to peakgrouptravel.com to find out more about how you can get your band or any ensemble or 5 of them at one time.
Right.
To internationally, to California, to, just about anywhere. So,
That's right.
All right, so to give you all a little bit of a summary here of what the schedule is going to look like moving forward here, in just a minute, then we are going to get to our second full band clinic director session, and then we are going to take a brief break from 12:30 to 1:30. These times are all Eastern, of course. And then at 1:30 is something that that is, I think, really interesting, is that there's this director roundtable, which is going to be all of the people here from Westchester University, as well as the clinicians, as well as the directors of the 3 high school bands. Will all have a discussion that is it's very conversational. They kind of let it go wherever it goes, talking about music, about education, about band specific, and while that's happening, they stick me, I have the privilege of giving a clinic to all 3 high school bands at once in the hall, which is actually really fun. And going to talk to them about some growth mindset stuff and about practicing and about goal setting and stuff that applies not just to music but also to to literally every other thing in life. And then after another brief break, then we go to our third clinic session, which is from 2:45 until 3:30. And then at 3:30 is when we actually don't call it a concert, because that can tend to imply pressure. It's just to showcase what has been going on and all the work that's been happening today, where each of the 3 bands will play some selection of what they have been working on today, or a couple of short ones, followed by the Westchester University Wind Ensemble. And it's a fabulous way to end the day. One thing I did want to mention is that all of this stuff is archived eventually. Sometime, whether it's a couple of days or a couple of weeks from now, it will all be up on the banddirector.com website, and all of these that have been done are all live, and so you can see a lot of people working with a lot of bands over the years. And it's a huge resource for musicians and music educators. So if you go poke around at banddirector.com, there's a ridiculous amount of videos of lots of people in a lot of different settings. So again, I wanted to thank Bruce Rickert from Peak Group Travel one more time for sponsoring this. And I think that we are going to head back into the hall now for the second clinic session. And we will see you. After the lunch break.
All right. Most of you feel like you're warmed up. Just reactivate yourself with the horn. In about 30 seconds, we'll try it again and take tuning pitches. And then we're going to start percussion. We're going to start with the third movement of metamorphic dance. Oh, it's the thing. Perfect. That actually is good because we'll play a little bit of the tango and then we're going to hop into the hymn for the innocent while you guys are out. That'll work well. Okay? In fact, if some of you are getting music out, why don't we take a look at the hymn for the innocent first? And then we'll come back to metamorphic dances when we have the percussion. Okay? Again, some of you started playing. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to kind of reactivate the horn, get it going, and then we'll see. Please. When he was addressing silence, it's certainly not a foreign concept to us, but every space you play in has a different way that silence responds. So you are more familiar with this space now than we were, okay? As you think about the blend and balance of your sounds, trumpets, sonatas are speaking pretty clearly. I don't know if you fully understood what he was saying before. Be careful because if you're pointing your bells like right smack at the conductor or in the audience, we hear your tones very differently than some of the blended sounds. Like, use some of this. It's not marching band. You're not on the 50 here, right? And not that you were really playing that way, but it helps to blend it that way now that we are taking in this space, okay? So as we prepare to tune, just kind of set your brain with that sound in mind. Make sure you're not just playing, but playing a targeted pitch before we start. Connor's going to give us an F, a B flat, and an A. There you go, all right?
Hi.
We're really excited to be working with you all on it. So I want to say something about what he just talked about with the trumpet. Sitting here watching me playing. Part of the reason that in marching band we have brass players have their horns up even a little higher than level is because brass is direct. I can put a clarinet player out on the marching band field and they can stand back with their back to me and I'm going to hear them just as easily as I would if they were turning and facing the same thing as saxophone. But a brass player sounds very different facing backfield and forward, yes? Concert band is different. These instruments are designed, and if you watch professional players, the vast majority of the time they're playing with their horns slightly down. So that your all sound is coming through the band, not over top of the band. Okay? So I was watching the trumpet players, and you got, beautiful, I feel like great marching band. Concert band, I would get you to come down just a little bit. And what's going to happen, too, like right now, to get that, your heads are having to be back a little bit. You know what else we do for marching band? Because of the plume. I know that sounds stupid.
That's something that you guys talk
Really
about
kind of the purpose.
as far as like keep their angles and stuff like that.
Now you're going to want to bring your head down just maybe even level with an initial try to match the trouble is my run like mine.
Very dead. So getting out of here. Some of those things, it was kind of eye-opening. Sure. Yeah, great. I love what you said about how silence responds in different spaces. It's really cool. Cool way to think about it. Hello. How you doing? Great. Hello. Hi. Hey, I'm Professor Gumbel. I'm the director of athletic bands here. Marching band, pep band, one of the concert bands, a bunch of conducting stuff, whatever. Before I was here, and I'm not angry, it's just my face. It's just kind of the way it's a science, I don't know. So it's just like, just kind of like angry eyes, resting, whatever. So you know that about me. Also, before I was here, I was a high school band director for 14 years, and totally get. And first of all, I want to say congratulations for being selected to perform at the All-State Conference. That is a massive achievement and a really cool thing for your program. And I'm sure you've talked about it at length about what that is. But it's a huge thing. And I was fortunate to have a couple groups go and do it, and it was one of the students who came through that and did that. They would say it was one of the more rewarding processes that they ever went through, and it is a process, right? And this is part of that process. So hopefully we have something to, some sort of value add for you here today, things that we can add to the process, so that when you get out there in the Poconos at Kalahari, those water park open? Are we going to be able to do that? That's cool. Once you're, okay, cool. All right. It's at a water park, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, I know. Sorry. When you go to the Poconos and you perform, you're going to have you can have an amazing experience. So really look forward to hearing you play. I have, the utmost respect for your director, and can't wait to hear what you're doing.
So, I knew him.
Oh no, here we go.
He was 18. If you want stories,
Things
Oh, cool.
Martin was a grad assistant at James Madison. Right?
Love it.
When I was there, he was in the undergrad thing.
Incomparable chapstick.
All right. So let's take a look at the Hymn for the Innocent. Let's give this a whack, see what we can do.
Bravo.
I know where that was last time we played it. Thank you. Before anything else just goes on, just thank you. Okay? And then
The maturity that you're approaching this material with is striking. It's really impressive. First and foremost. Yeah, this isn't light fare. This is not band candy at all. This is legit. This is deep. There's a lot of depth in here, and the way you're exploring that right now is incredibly. It's impressive from an emotional standpoint. And we there have been a lot of things over the last couple days, a lot of topics that we've been exploring in these different rooms with a bunch of different bands. And one thing that continues to come up over and over is emotion, and really investing in the emotion behind the music. And you're doing that at a really, really remarkably high level, which is cool. Looking at the stage, and I'm not seeing band bots who are just sitting there and pressing and blowing and that kind of, like, you're moving with this and you're feeling this, and that's really, it's awesome. So good for you. There's still room for improvement, which is great. But on the whole, that's a really, an awesome presentation for sure. If we want to do you have any broad strokes here, Dr. Martin, before we dig in?
Just throughout the entire piece, the more we can do to get the black notes
Mm-hmm.
inside of the white notes so that they're moving with, you know what I'm saying, from a timing standpoint. Anytime you have a moving line that has black notes involved, that needs to be brought out a little more, and the white notes a little softer, but all of it needs to change together. Right now we're not doing a stellar job with that transition between the white notes and the black notes. Does that make sense to everybody? It's just, it really, and we talk about this a lot. When he gives a downbeat, his job with time is done. Until we get to another spot where the tempo speeds up or slows down. It now transfers to you. Because his job is showing how he wants the music to sound with that. Your job is to maintain time. But that's making sure those black notes are inside those white notes and you're taking up the time that's out of it.
Along those same lines, a similar broad stroke before we just go back and dig into some of this, making sure that the focus is on the most important material. And that's going to be pretty obvious in here, I think. The black note, making sure that the white notes are underneath the black notes that are happening in the ensemble. And anyone who's playing those moving lines, there are a lot of 16th note based rhythms in here. The Scotch snap is all over the place. Making sure that we have a consistent approach when it comes to time. So very often it's crushing down, right? So very often we're rushing through those faster notes. Just copy-paste concepts, play your fast notes slow and your slow notes fast. That kind of encapsulates everything we just said, right? So if you're playing a white note, you're thinking about the black notes inside of it, right? And that'll keep you in time. If you're playing something that's a 16th note based rhythm, making sure that you're not crushing things down. Play your fast notes slow. Embrace the opportunity to play something really musical like that. Some sections are doing it fairly naturally, and then it gets lost every once in a while as we pass that around. Okay, so.
We just determined, you probably don't know what a Scotch snap rhythm is. You know what it is? Anytime you go dee-da, ba-da, where the 16th is on the beat, and you go to a dotted rhythm after that, that's the Scotch snap.
Die. Yeah. Cool. So I don't know where you want to start, or.
Well, obviously the middle development is probably the weakest.
Sure.
And for these guys, it's still fairly early. Their ears, I thought they did a great job of listening, but I think one of the things that both this and the Elcots is orchestration. We talk about it a lot, but this, for them to hear the fact that it doesn't stay the same for 4 bars.
No.
But
Yeah.
it's like 2 beats at a time, these little
Yeah.
colors come out. So where we're highlighting those elements is
Knowing where you're the main character, right? I think sometimes think of this like if I'm watching a movie, you know, who the camera is on, right? Normally the camera's on the person who's talking, right? The main character, and sometimes there's conversation and the camera's shifting, right? And your role can change. Sometimes characters, they blend into the background. There's all these different things that happen. Knowing when you're the main character and when the camera needs to focus on you, and by that in this setting, it's where, you know, where the audience's focus needs to be. We could probably do a better job of highlighting who's the main event at what time, right? So I don't know. It's like 27-ish
yeah, for sure. We can
or 23.
let's start 23.
Yeah.
Into that Sorsano. All right, then let's pick it up 16, and we'll get into that section.
Glorious.
To just tag on to what Adam was just saying, guys, I give you permission. You don't need my permission. You have the permission to make a line more melodic.
Mm-hmm.
And when we play, when he was saying this, there's the band K literature, right? But I made the reference, if you don't have 4 bars of melody, you might have 2 beats. So if you see that Scotch snap, if you see something that's got that moving line, those 2 beats are critical. And she scored it beautifully.
Mm.
So let's let that happen. Let's start.
I mean, this is a Giroux trait. She breaks the melody up, so you're getting this timbral shift all the time of who has it, where it's going, but it's logical. Like she doesn't shift from probably saxophone to like tuba. It's in the timbre family, and then she might work her way down to the tubas. But this is how she does things, and so it's very easy to get lost in the woods. So you've got to really be on top of your A game and understanding how your part contributes and knowing when to get out of the way and when to contribute. When that camera's on.
16.
Let's go 16.
Play confident.
Can we do that phrase again?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's so much music in these, 8 bars that can be made. A lot of it's not on the printed page. There are a lot of markings here, right? There's a lot of direction, the crescendi, decrescendi, you got all kinds of dynamics written here. But there's even more music than that that I think we can dive into, right? So if the camera is panning to you, right? If you could lead us there a little better. Yeah, so hey, here's 16. Here's 16. Go with me. And yeah, even just in those 4 beats, I think there's more of a journey that we can take, right? The dynamic we started at I liked a lot more, but yeah, make it musically effective, right? Try that again. Dee da da dee. Don't rush through those 16ths when we get there either. Here we go. Here's 16. Where were those 8 notes? Yeah. Cool. So there are the big ideas are there. This is such a basic concept that we're talking about, bringing the black notes out. If you have quarter notes or eighth notes in anywhere in here, they have to go somewhere. Okay, it all has to go. We're doing a great job for a couple bars, and then what Mr. Morehouse was saying is like totally true. You're not going to have 4 bars of melody. You're going to get a beat or an eighth note or a quarter note that needs to be the main idea. And if we take the time to go through here and have to like point out all of those and add, like, that's not music making, right? That's not, you don't have ownership over that. You need to, and we don't have time to do that, so you just need to be more aware and bring those things out. Start to draw those things out of the texture a little better, right? Try that again. Here's 16. If you have eighth notes that feel like they should go somewhere, make them go somewhere.
Control the time on 16. Control the time.
Here we go again. And there you go. So hey, I love 16 to 22. Just felt totally different. It sounded, it was moving. It had a lot more motion, right? We get to 23. The texture thins out, right? So texture, the elements that are playing. When the texture thins out, be brave, okay? Yeah, definitely. You can be way braver. The dynamic. So what is the printed dynamic on the page? It says mezzo piano, but any printed dynamic on a page, what does it mean for you? What are you supposed to do when you see a dynamic on the page, right? What does the F mean, or MP, or whatever? What is that indicating to you?
In other words, where should that dynamic be perceived?
It's not the dynamic that you're supposed. Go ahead. It's relative to a ton of stuff, right? The printed dynamic on the page. Most people would say, and the question was kind of weird, but like the printed dynamic on the page is not how loud you're supposed to play. It's how it's supposed to be perceived in the audience, right? It's how it's supposed to be heard, okay? So, and yeah, relative to the melody, relative to the tessitura, relative to where you are on the horn, the hall, all different kinds of things, right? Those dynamics are relative. When you get to 23, it says mezzo piano, but you can play out because the texture thins out, okay? So you don't need to try to play too soft at 23.
Especially that's like an oboe moment. So you can be more soloistic there. Second flute, you have that first measure as quarter notes, right? And then you go to a full note or two half notes and a whole note. Quarter notes should be brought out. You're kind of in duet with the oboe player, at least that first measure.
Cool. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, come on up. Saxophones, like the interaction between the oboe and the saxophone there is really, really interesting to me. Okay, so.
Let's go 4 before 3 before 23. That's weird. 4 before 23. 2, just scratch it. Let's not overthink this. 2 before 23, and get into this.
Connect the thoughts.
Can we just do that with the oboe and the bassoons for a second at 23? And then when we talk about relative to the melody, these are the lines that we want to support with our shaped phrases. But bassoon and oboe 23. Ready? And yeah. Can we make sure that moves together? That's what they were just talking about at the beginning. That those long tones are finding that place to kind of give those passion notes a hug. Okay?
Aw, hug.
Okay, here we go. Ready? 23.
Good. Yeah, it's good.
I'm going to highlight one thing that Devin's got. He's got a repeated note. Dum, da, dee, da. And we've talked about the beginning of a slurred figure should begin with some kind of weight and emphasis, right? So you have that repeated, I think it's a D, is it, right? When you play that figure, take the second one. Dum, da, dee, dum. That's a phrasing idea we can bring out across here, okay? Let's go all together, 23. One more time. And then the flute twos and clarinets have a unison here that's not helping, okay? 23.
No, it's all good. This is making it really easy.
We haven't really dug into it.
Yeah, it's cool.
But at 27, horns, I'll bet you most of the ensemble doesn't know how cool your part is. And you actually have a pretty cool part in there that jumps out, right? Can you make sure they do in there?
Bassoons, at 23, can you play louder? I'm just curious, right? It says mezzo piano. Can you change that to forte and just play and just bring the heat, all right? As strong as you can play right there, all right? Saxophones, 2 before 27. You got this meandering eighth note thing going on in that first alto. Make more music out of that. You're incredibly musical section. You're doing really cool stuff. If you could just make that, more interesting, right? Da 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 dee da. Like play it more soloistically. That would be really, really cool. Flute 2, you have the same thing. Okay. First flute, make sure you're not letting the pitch sag at 23. We start in the same spot.
Yep.
Yeah. Sforzando, mezzo forte is at 27. Big old white notes, get out of the way of the black notes. It's an effect, and then you're out of there. Ah. Ah, not ah, but ah, and get out. Okay? Yes, good. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, so hey, this is where that Scotch snap rhythm comes in full force, kind of all over the place, right? We just need to make sure that if we're not playing that we can hear the people who are playing that, right? You started,
Can I make one?
yeah.
So, just the nature of bands, how we use
33.
places like flute, people in the front row. You have stuff and people way back here. They really can't hear the chords, not at all. You've got in the way. So anytime you have music with people behind you, get your ears back to them and pass the time. There's that spot, I think it's altos or flutes have fa di di da da. You right in the chord Scotch snap there, like 27.
Yeah, the bottom chord 27.
Yeah. It's not the game.
let's go at 33. One of the things, I'm going to throw one other thought at you, devouring all of it, thank you. When we said, they said, right, play fast notes slowly, slow notes with that fast underlying feel underneath them. When you have that Scotch snap, take that 16th note and don't get away from it so fast.
Embrace,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
That's one of those, play it full before you get away out of it, right?
Would you agree that it's a motive, it's an important motive in this section? He uses it everywhere. So that you've got to take your time.
Dia, die. Dia, die.
Let me say something really quick. I want you to think right now. Think of the moment in your life that you wish, you can think back, that you wish had never ended. Not like this. A moment where you wish you could live in that moment forever. If I had that, that's how I feel about beautiful music. Beautiful music should be enjoyed and savored and not hurried. In our lives, we hurry through so much, like lesson here. We hurry through so much. We're so consumed about getting done, getting this, getting it, getting it. Here's a moment that you all can just kind of sit back and enjoy some beautiful music making. Part of that is not rushing through these rhythms. Taking the time to finish.
Better. Can we arrive at that? We tuned that little Lydian moment really well earlier. We're arriving at different times, and it's taking away from your ability to hear. Right? Be careful about that chord.
There are these super hip dissonances in here, like that are really. There's a ton of tension in a couple of notes, right? If you're playing at 33, you're playing second trumpet, second alto, third clarinet. You have to really embrace the first beat in that measure, like and ring it, get all the juice out of that moment. All right, that's a moment where the camera should be on you, and then it pans elsewhere. Embrace the dissonance on count line.
And the way it's written, she actually sustained it. It doesn't automatically release in B2. Some of you all have that going all the way on to 4.
It's really cool.
And
Yeah.
so it's just like this cascading effect of how it releases. So you've got to embrace it.
Yeah.
I would also say this too. Recognize when your friends sitting among you have really high notes they have to play. Luke's going to really appreciate this. You're welcome. And we do a horrible job of supporting that. So 33, everybody's dynamic is mezzo forte, right? Where is it supposed to be mezzo forte? Out there. Okay? But we've got like trumpets are on a G above the staff. First alto sax, you've got what?
D and a C.
High D above the staff. Flutes are, people are up. So it's important that the rest of us support them so they're not having to kill themselves to play soft. It's more about providing the depth to the sound underneath them so they can play with the true mezzo forte sound. Moderately full. Right now, you're making it really hard by not supporting. Okay?
Do it again, 33.
Here it comes again. Yeah, that was so much. That was so much more rich, rich and compelling between 33 and 39 because of how much we were investing in those dissonances. Right? Can you start in the same spot, 33? There's going to be a little, and there's a little natural crescendo in here too that we should probably get. Here's 33. Even more, if you're playing that second trumpet, if you're playing second out, any of those voices we just talked about, if you don't really go for it, it just sounds like somebody missed a note and it's out of tune. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go for it and grab that dissonance. All right, try it again. It was better the last time. Here's a little crescendo. It's beautiful. Yeah, this little transition 37, we lose the focus a little bit. It just kind of, we're not sure what to listen for. So hey, if you're alto, trumpet 1, trombone 1, clarinet 3, flute 2 before 39, you are the straw stirrer in the drink there. Okay, so if you can just put a little plus in your part, just so you know. And everybody else, if you're playing, I mean, it's real cut and dry. White notes get out of the way of the black notes, so that we don't lose focus. The audience doesn't lose focus on what to listen to, right? You do that again. You want to hop back up and keep going? Yeah. Oh, sweet. Here we go. Here's 33. And 33.
Hey, 33 and 34 is repeated in 35 and 36, basically, yes? It needs to be different. You never want to play things the exact same way both times. To make something musical happen in 35.
Here's 33. Can you start? There you go. Cool. I just want to hear 37, 38 real quick. I'm still not sure that we. Can I just hear the first alto, first trumpet, trombone 1, and second flute, third clarinet, 2 before 39, and 3, and. Cool. Yeah. Add the horns in there as well. Add the horns in there. It's 2 before 39, and. You want the horns to lead the sound here? Cool. Yeah. Yeah, horns. So we're going to have the horn or the trombone. I'm not sure where you want to go with that. But, you know, I would say maybe have the horns leading the sound. So if all the melody folks can fit their sound inside the horn sound a little bit. And, hey, if y'all can be way more present. So just a couple more, add a couple pluses there. 2 before 39.
And the context of it is challenging because I'm not sure how you're seeing it, but my guess is coming out of the mezzo forte, you got that climbing high range right before it, and immediately you drop an octave and a half down. And it's marked at a softer dynamic. I think it's giving you too much pause. I think it's okay to, like you say, lead that. But with that in mind, the secret weapon could very well be the trombone. You're not making an octave and a half range adjustment there. Like when I talk about the trumpets doubling the horn sometimes, this is one of those moments where the cylindrical can kind of get a little oomph right behind the conical.
Let's hear that. Let's hear that at 37 one more time. Those folks. Yeah, that's great. Everybody's in 2 before 39. Everybody knows what to hear, right? 37. make it go somewhere. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So that it sounds really good. Make it just give it some direction, right? So that just a little crescendo on that 2/4/44 on that dotted half is going to go a long way, for sure.
You can come in on your first as a B flat, first note. You can come in a little stronger because she's handing it off to you.
I was just gonna say, there's a couple of times where flutes, you hand it right off in Emily's sound.
Yeah.
Emily's passing right off as a unison in the oboe sound. And as we pass off those unisons and you get more familiar with the piece, you kind of got to know where your pitch is ending into as well. Like your familiarity means I'm going to give you that pitch nicely. Like here it is. You hand it off. And I think it's part how you come in, but it's also how you finish the note here as well.
Yeah. Oh.
You're in trouble.
Nice. Cool. I leave this here?
No, put the turn it off.
Okay. Goodbye, world. I'll see you when I see you.
So that timbre shift is what I'm talking about. She's wanting to change like 2 shifts past the you want to change places. Start at 33. I'm gonna take it. Please. Yeah. 33. I'm gonna experiment with some things. I want you to allow me to bring you. 33.
You can just use your, or yeah, no, you can turn this on. Either way. We are good. All right, here we are with Adam Gumbel, who's the director of athletic bands here,
Yeah,
correct?
absolutely.
And can you talk to us about what you were just doing with the band?
Sure, yeah. CB East, they sound great.
Yeah,
Oh
they
my
do.
Gosh. It's a group that it's a very mature ensemble. They're going to be performing at the All-State Conference this year, PMEA.
Awesome.
And they're working on a beautiful lyrical Julie Giroux piece. We're really just trying to squeeze all the juice that we possibly can out of every moment. So they're already playing at a really high level. The nuts and bolts are there. It's really about trying to find where is the rest of the music that's not on the printed page and try to bring that out. So, and they're responding extremely well.
Yeah, that's great. I heard you talking to them a little while ago specifically about the importance of bringing out downbeats and about, as you said, wringing out the juice of those downbeats and really leaning into them.
Yeah, and trying to figure out where are the suspensions. So things that they don't know on their own specific part, like we have the benefit of having the score out and like, hey, here's where the tension is, and now how do we deal with entering the tension and then entering into some sort of release, and again, they're doing really, really well with
Yeah, they are doing well. And that can be hard at any age, but
Sure.
especially at the high school level, it
Yeah.
can be hard to not really just persistently.
Yeah. We started, and we start all these clinics with some broad strokes, just copy paste concepts. Hey, one of the ones that Dr. Martin and I have been hitting a lot is just a really basic, bring the black notes out of the texture, and the white notes exist to support what's going on with the black notes. So that's something you can talk to a really mature ensemble. You can talk to a beginning band. It's the same kind of thing.
Right.
And it's just something that we don't necessarily it's an efficient way that we can deal with every piece of music, not just the single piece that they're working on right now.
And I also love that Greg said that the lower parts should always be louder
You
than
would.
the higher
You
parts
would,
because
man.
I'm a tuba player.
Me too.
So Greg has always struck me as extra intelligent.
Yeah.
So anyway, what are you about to go? Do you know which piece you're doing next?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think he's. We're gonna hit up the bombages.
Okay.
And I think the tango movement. Once the percussion get back in the room,
Okay.
we're gonna work through that a little bit.
Great.
And these are all pieces that he's gonna be playing at the All-State Conference in a couple months. So really appreciate his approach to bringing his kids out to this kind of event. He's gonna do a couple more of these sorts of things. Preparation. It's all a process. Performing at an honor band. Being the honor band for the state is there's a process to that in preparation, and they're doing all the right stuff. So,
Great.
yeah.
All right. Well, we'll let you get
Cool.
back in there. Thank
All
you so
right.
much.
Cool.
before, we're just down to 5 or 6 people playing in here, right? It's going to be piano. Don't worry about it. Support oboe and everything. Let me hear 39. I'm pointing out. I want measure 39 flute, first flute, 40 first clarinet, 41 first clarinet, 42 oboe, 43 oboe. Because those people play when we get to your measure. It's all first flute, right? 1, 2, there's 39. Everybody listen. That's the note. The rest of you are there. Let me hear everybody else.
When you arrive on those downbeats, that's a very special silence everywhere else too. So the silence should be, as you see a quarter note rest at the beginning of the bar and those little voices, like embrace that moment, but give them, like all of a sudden it's so isolated for you. Put it right there for you.
Keep your A. It won't move that now. Keep your A. Hold an A. Louder. Let me hear everybody else with their minus those people.
Cool.
Your job is to shape what's going on behind it. 2, ready, you see 3, you see 2 P's, you're scared to death. Just play. Just play. There's only 6 of you playing. It's only going to be so loud. I mean, how loud can some flute play? Well, I know some sax is going to be kind of loud. Just play. 2, ready, Does that sound like it should do something? Or does it sound like it should be Typically, if something ascends, we should do what? You know the answer. Then do it. 2, ready, 3. Connect, more sound, more sound, more sound. Off. 2, 3. Off. Crescendo. And you want to crescendo into each one of those half notes. Crescendo into each one of those half notes. So, people in the next measure that have dee-da-dee-da-da, take it where they've left it and they crescendo. You're just kind of passing. Any of y'all on track? Anybody in track at all? There's this race in track called a relay, right? And the challenge, besides running really fast, the challenge is as you're getting ready to hand off the baton, the person you're handing it to has to start running so that you can seamlessly pass the baton off. Right now, as you all run by each other, you're going here and tossing it to them. You got to connect each other. So as you have these lines that connect you here, you've got to seamlessly pass this baton. You're back.
Hey, where are we? What measure?
We're still in this
We're in that 33.
Oh, okay,
We're gonna
cool.
get out of that soon.
Yeah, cool.
Can we get through? Do you want to take it now? You want to take through 44?
Why don't you start at 33 and see what they're doing?
Yeah, I was gonna. It'd be cool. Yeah, man.
Ready? 33.
I think all these things, I mean, we're tossing a lot of concepts at you. It's like word salad, okay? Take all of this stuff and just start applying. Do something. If it's wrong, we'll tell you. But do something.
Yeah, there we go. That's great. That's the right idea.
It's a shame that Miss Morehouse isn't passionate.
Yeah, really.
It must be boring sitting in his classroom day after day. Just such a wet blanket, right?
We go right at 46. Who is it? Just Josh on this one right now? Don't tell me that Max is the only one that can play loud. Here we go. 46, right? Right? 46 all together, please.
Yeah, so that connective tissue going into 48, that crescendo, super important, right? It could be really effective if you just save it, right? So I say this, like, save 90% of the crescendo for the last 10% of the amount of time. I think if you hold back just a little bit, but then everybody, at the beginning of the crescendo, but then everybody's got to commit to building into 48. There's some people that are breaking that moment, whether it's a breath or just not committing to actually taking the sound over the bar line. Everybody's got to commit. That was way better from a black note coming out standpoint in 46 and 47. Can we do that again? Same idea.
He flutes with that high note of 48. Have it go somewhere. Beat off.
So choose the forte in the octave below is going to be what makes that sound particularly full up on top. Their note's going to be fine, being heard, but your G an octave below, and that through. All right, here we go. 46.
Yeah, hold on. Should be a bass drum roll there too.
Yeah. It might be, we do have a percussion stuff here.
Oh, okay, there you go. Cool.
But
That's all right.
somebody can cover it.
Yeah. And
Music, or you're just going to hold the bass drum down? Okay, good. So it was not being covered and it was sitting in front. Okay, good.
no, it's cool.
That should be like thunder
Yeah.
by the time it's over with. Not, you don't start off with a big crack.
We had a trumpet get super hot that time out of the texture. Make sure that the tuba, low reeds, bass drum, tuba, timpani are going to lead that crescendo, the rate of that crescendo. Okay, try that again.
That's fine. Let's
Save
go through. I wanna get
90% for the last 10%. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, here we go. 46.
And now, yeah, that's the right idea. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Big stuff. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when we get into rehearsal one more time, like we're a rehearsal or two away from really nailing some of these rhythmic ideas. But hearing, having a chance to hear two other musicians really dig into it with you has been very helpful for me. I hope for you as well, because it's some powerful stuff you're doing up here.
Yeah.
Any last comments before we go?
It sounds great. It sounds great. It's a great piece of music. It's a great piece of art. Invest yourself emotionally in this, and it really comes to life, right? Cool. Are you doing the tango?
The third movement of the metamorphic dances.
Nice. Gosh, a lot of meaning. Yeah. Well,
That's a late April concept.
that's yeah. No, it's yeah. Wow. That's going to be very, very powerful. Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
All right.
bongo.
Heard a lot, and this is good, by the way. We're not talking a lot about cleaning and rhythms and all that kind of stuff, but you're talking a lot about character. Switch gears here, right? Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Horns, bring it. That's fun.
It is.
Yeah, that's really
Hey, what
fun.
is a tango? It's a dance. Kind of dance.
That's cool. I don't know this
It's
one.
a passionate dance. It's a dance of amour, of love. That, you know, a lot of times you see the lady with the red rose on TV and everything. This is intense. This has got to have passion behind it, not swipe left.
Oh. Yo.
See, I can make apply. So we've got to have a lot more passion behind this. Right now, you're just kind of being too careful with it.
Yeah.
Put some zing.
Yeah, you gotta put some sauce on this one for sure. Especially, I like how dry it is at the beginning. Like I feel like we start. It makes a lot of sense, but then it's got to get sassy at some point, right? It says like trombone, ugly gliss. There's all kinds of markings like that in here. It just needs to have a bit more life to it. So, yeah, you start it again. Dee dun dun dee dun dee.
Like you have permission to be melodic in the Giroux, but it's the same conversation.
Yeah.
It's yours. Own it. Here we go, right?
Nah. So look, ba 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 ba. Right? You can start way louder because it has to have somewhere to go.
And there's four of them. Back to the conversation.
Yeah. You start it again. Here we go. And one, two. Don't get too soft too quick. Good. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Right. That's cool. Do it again. And just assign some numbers to it. Right? 5, 5, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it'll work out great. Right? Try that again. And 2, and da, 5, 4. That's it. Yeah, cool. And that's so much more intriguing. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot more effect, there's a lot more contrast there, therefore it's more effective to the audience, right? Cool. Yeah. Dee dum dum dee. Yeah. Rockin'. Good. Yeah, cool. All right, sweet. It's already, yeah, it's getting way better. Getting way better already. Hey, just find, it's the same, this melody gets passed around a bunch. Find where you have the melody, right? D, it starts on a concert D, right? Dum, 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 D. Just play that much. Here we go. It's somewhere where you have the melody, it starts on a concert D. Just play it right here, right now. D, dum, dum, D. 2, and Again? Yeah, so, and the tango like this, I'm thinking press lift, dia. Everybody say dia. Ready? And dia. Again, and go. Dia. Yeah. Dia. Dia. Yeah. Dia. Dia. Right? Okay. Da, 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 dia. Right? Try that. Play it. And 2, and Da, Good. Start a little bit softer so we have more of a journey, right? Here we go. 2, and Da, That's the right idea. D. And the second note, that in dia can be way softer. Dia, da, dia, dee, dee, dee. Right? Go ahead and play the whole melody. Here you go. And 2, melody. Da, 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 dia, You're going to breathe after that, probably? Yeah, cool. Right, so that's the concept. That's going to be copy-paste anywhere in here. And when you have any of the dia, 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 it's press, press, lift, press, lift every single time. And that shows up in a bunch of different spots for a bunch of different people. Okay.
Symposium, you have it first, right? You're playing, I'm assigning it. Okay. You're the gentleman that is inviting the lady to come dance. And you're trying to attract her with your masculine wiles. Okay? The second time, now, you all, who are you? You're the lady, and you're saying, get away from me, you scumbag. Right? I don't.
This is getting real. This is getting real.
You're playing, you're just like, leave, I can do better than you. So it becomes this dialogue where finally by the end, what ends up happening? They end up dancing together and they fall in love and everything's great, right? But you got to play that story
For a while, and then it
you all need
gets.
to be very,
Yeah.
very insistent. You all need to be very coy in the way you.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Can we do it again from the beginning? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, we're cool.
They know that we were in school with him today, right? Oh, Brian? Yeah. Yeah. He was at JMU as a student. Brian Balch is the guy.
Yeah. Go for it, go for it, go for it. Da, 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 dia. That's it. Da, dia, dia. All right. Yeah. So when we get to 19, anyone who's playing dum, da, dum, dum. It's just got to have a bit more character to it. Right now, it's just like da, da, dum, dum. Can it be a little more dum, da, da, dum? So it has a little bit more separation to it. Go ahead and play that. This is 19. Anyone who plays that. 2 and Da, dum, dum. Da, 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 dum. Good. Yeah, and there's music that's not printed on the page, right? So you have that descending line. Da dee dum, da dee dum. Give it some direction, right? Even though it's not marked, just do it because it's musically what you should do. Right? Here you go again. 19, 2 and Do, da do, do. There you go. Yeah, it's getting. Notice as we're playing it, it's getting longer and longer, and it's losing the character that we had. But just think about that. If you need to mark stuff in, so you do it the next time or whatever. If it's a little more separated, or those little crescendi that we were just doing, just as a reminder for next time, you can write that stuff in. Right?
At 19, where he's talking about losing some energy, but part of that is also, what would the last clinician have said about that first note? The first note that you guys played at 19, what would he have said about that? I can't hear you on the deaf trumpet player. It's too short, right? But it doesn't. It's not that it has to be played longer, because longer is just going to slow it down. But it's got to have enough energy to get through there, and we should feel that ring out here. Right. Who got 19 altogether?
Alto sax. You have a cool line here. Okay, cool. All right, great. Oh my. Yeah. Yeah, man, that horns.
See? We hear horns, but I'm telling you, the secret weapon's in the trumpets in the back. Well done.
Wow, that's really cool. That sounds great. Hey, we have the first trumpet, the harmonium thing going on back there. Is that happening? All right, and I'm asking. Just I didn't hear it either time. So the mute, you got a whole bunch working against you when you're putting mutes in your instrument, right? Can we get that? Would you mind if that came out of the stand?
There's absolutely no way you're going to be able to play that out enough.
Yeah.
Like there's
yeah.
everything we can do. Like he was saying, we were talking about the directionality of the instruments.
Yeah.
So he's saying, go ahead, get that up a little.
Out of the stand.
So this point you want the harmony.
Yeah. It's a color thing, and it's a really cool effect. So get that up.
And with that in mind, and maybe I'm jumping on what you're going to say, but the long notes at the end of the phrases, like where that harmony is, there's something happening in the other voices on the long note, and you guys know that. But if you're the other voice, you have that responsibility to add the character too.
Yeah, ugly gliss. That's a cool marking. That could be way uglier and glissier. Yeah, smear it, right? Can you start back at not 27, a few bars before that, or
So
before
when the trumpets
35,
come in,
maybe?
the low brass have the melody. That's the man reasserting himself, right?
Sure.
And then we get to the same woodwinds where y'all have this, right? That moment. That's where the woman has finally decided, oh, then we start the dance. So it takes us about 50 measures to get into this thing before we actually start the dance.
19 to 27 was super interesting that time.
Yeah.
That was really, really good.
And it was. And bringing out, I think you can bring out the 16th notes even a little more. 'Cause it's cool.
Can you do that one more? Start at 16 again, just because.
Here we go.
Or
Because we can.
19.
19.
Yeah, yeah. It was really, really good.
As you ascend, you should. If you make a leap up, you should. And that's it. Here we go. 19.
That's cool.
So when the woodwinds take the melody back over at the end, what has really happened? So we had the dance, right? The dance was and everybody's playing, and then it goes right back to the woodwinds going, what's happening? That's where the woman is whispering in the ear to the gentleman and saying, you know what? You're only here because of me, baby. This is my part. Mic drop. Hey, y'all. And she turns and walks off. So she's the one that's been in control the whole time. Girl power, right?
I love how committed you are to that story.
This is all in.
He's way into the story. I love it.
It makes sense.
It totally does. It does. You're right. It definitely does. Hey, we're losing intrigue, 35 to 43, because we're not. There are things that are supposed to be happening that aren't. So I mean, as you go through the rehearsal process, especially in some of the lower voices, there are some rhythmic things that just aren't happening the way that they need to. So that'll get better. That harmon mute rip is the most important thing in the universe, in my opinion. I heard something that, is it just you? What's your name? Kate. Kate? Is it just you, Kate, on that? Oh, okay, cool. What's your name? Josh? Kate and Josh. Awesome. Your entire world revolves around that measure of music, all right? You are the most important people in all of our lives at that moment, all right? So you have to melt your face off when we get to that moment, okay? Can I hear you do this? Can I just hear you play it? I want it, it's awesome. Let's do it. Whatever. Just get the horn up and play right here, right now. Get it out of the stand. I'll give you, and 2, 3, 4. A little louder at the beginning, right? Okay. And 2, 3, 4. Play your first note. Play the first note. Right? Ready? And. But like, play it. Don't apologize. Just like, and ready, That's the right idea. So it's, right? And ready, and, Don't worry too much about the trill at the end either.
Just make the goal that A sharp, that B flat finger, boom.
Right? And just right between the eyes. Ready? And, again, ready? And make sure we're starting at the right time, right, on the and of one, I think, right? Ba-da-da, and it's just a gesture, but it has to start at the right time on the right note, end at the right time on the right note. And ready, and.
Can you guys roll your R's? Can you roll your R's? I can't hear if you're rolling your R's. Is that a yes or no? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Make that the trill and make it a flutter tongue.
Right? You can do it. Here, one more time. And ready. Get the horn up, though. Horn up. Be brave. Ready. And.
One more time.
All right, cool. Great. All right. Can you do it one more time from 35 to the ends?
All right, we got 35 to the end. I would love, as we get going through this, the tenor sax, the trombones, the mallet 2 or mallet 1, Aiden. Can you guys dance more with the castanets? Here's 35. Ready?
More dancing.
Or snare, excuse me. Okay? Treat it more like a dance with the snare. Ready? And.
All right. Da-da-dee-da-da-ba-da-da. Yeah, the ending just got to organize that ending a little better, right? Hey, don't give last 5 bars. Don't give up on press lift. That's the main idea here, right? Dia da da dia da da. It can't come out dia da da in the last 5 bars. Dia da da dia da da. E. It's got to happen all the way to the end. Can you start at 43, go to the end, and then I think we're out of time.
43. 1 and.
There you go. There, that's better. Right. I'll fix it. Yeah. It's a great band. It's a great band doing great things. Yeah. Awesome.
So, hey, what's some large concept things that we've talked about today? Big picture, large concept.
I think I told him who I was. Yeah. I think I did. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Some random purple and gold jabronis.
To the point where the camera's on you and then when to go back into the crowd. Listening back, connecting melodies, handing off the baton to the next person seamlessly so it doesn't drop and bounce across the track and you have to stop and come back. What else? Right. That's where the dynamics are supposed to be what's on the stage. And do you always adhere to the dynamics on the stage? No, as a matter of fact, they're just a guide. It's just a guide. You have to do something with it. There's never, ever a point that you shouldn't be trying to do something with the music, making it go somewhere, say something. And then we all know the story now to the tango.
Vivid story.
He's sitting in the audience
Yeah. Oh man.
up at PMEA, and I'm going to make sure right before you play this movement, I'm going to stand up. And I may even have a rose in my mouth. I've been known to do
I could definitely see that happen. Yeah. Cool. All right. Yeah. Hey, what y'all are doing is really special. You have an opportunity to show that off to the entire state in April. I'm really looking forward to hear if this sounds the way it sounds now. You know, it sounds pretty darn good. I can't wait to hear what it sounds like in the Poconos. All right. And congratulations again on being accepted. I hope you also understand what you have in your director, someone who's this passionate about not just the music, but obviously loves you and wants you to be the best that you can possibly be. That's not the case everywhere. So you know, we definitely take that stuff for granted sometimes. You got a special dude in front of you every single day, and so don't take that for granted either. You're doing awesome work, and yeah, can't wait to see you in a couple months. Cool. Gummy bears? Anybody?
Okay. We're going to go to lunch. My understanding is that lunch is going to be in a few minutes in the lobby area where you were. Dr. Yozak asked me to remind you guys about the piano thing, and it seems like break went really well. There's a lot of people out in that lobby area, and it seems like a fairly important piano thing happening. So that end of the lobby, please refrain from making too much noise and all that kind of stuff at that end. Unless you need to use the restroom, well, don't make a lot of noise in the restroom, that's weird. But take your conversations to the end. If it's nice out, I'm okay with you guys going out. The next thing for you guys is going to be the master class. We'd ask that you re-enter the auditorium from this entrance. Okay, there are no stairs up and on stage. So we'll re-enter from this door from the lobby. Okay. I think they can leave their stuff here. Is that okay? Right? Yeah, you guys, you can leave your stuff here. What time is the master class?
1:30.
Okay. And I am not going to corral you. I expect you to be here. You're going to have a blast with Andrew. I know it. But I expect you guys to be in here at 1:30 for that. We have our own director's thing.
One other thing, real quick. If you are at all interested in Westchester University at any point in time in your lives, like coming in and hanging out with us when you come to school here, that sort of thing, if you want to get on our radar screen, there are forms out in the lobby. There's on the table next to the uniform, and there's a trophy and all this stuff. There are forms. You fill out the form, you put it in the box. We'll do a drawing later on for some swag, some incomparable swag. So even if you're not interested in coming, I guess, like, and you're interested in getting free stuff, that's cool. Fill out the card, put it in the box. You're not like committing to come here by doing that. You're just good to get on our. So anyway, go ahead and fill those out, and yeah, enjoy your break. See ya. Have fun. Be safe. Don't get arrested. Please.
Oh, really? Right out there. That's pretty cool.
that time.
Which is messing with my head. Okay, we are back on the banddirector.com live feed, surrounded by youngsters on their lunch break. So, yeah, it's weird that they're making noise on their lunch break. It's totally unpredictable, right?
Unpredictable, totally.
My name is Andrew Hitz, and I am from Shenandoah Conservatory, and I am here hosting for the 2 days. I am joined by Bruce Rickert of Peak Group Travel. How are you?
Yes, I'm very good, thank you.
We talked to you before, but can we hear a little bit more about our sponsor, Peak Group Travel, which none of this stream would be happening if it was not for this gentleman sitting on my right, so thank you for that. And tell us, what does Peak Group Travel do?
So we are a tour company that runs high school band, choir, orchestra, and dance groups all over the country and internationally. And we do both band performance groups as well as taking groups to music festivals and clinics.
You've got an event coming up in the Philadelphia, well, not in the Philadelphia area, in Philadelphia,
Yes.
Which is also known as the Philadelphia area.
Right.
Yeah.
So we love to do these kinds of sponsorships. So we're happy to be here with the live stream for this program. But we're also live streaming the National Jazz Festival,
Great.
which is its first year in the Philadelphia area. It will have over 1,200 high school band
That's wonderful.
band members. And there'll be 3 or 4 high school or college bands playing.
Wow.
And a U.S. Army jazz band will be playing, and there'll be a bunch of great clinicians coming in for clinics for the students as well. So it's a one-day event on February 15th. It will be live streamed, so please tune in for that. And hopefully it'll be the first of many to come.
Well, I know that I have certainly tuned in to a number of banddirector.com live streams and when I'm can't make it or when I'm very far away, and so I always appreciate when I can see the performances, the people getting how they're getting taught. It's like it's a great resource. So thank you very much for supporting all
My
that.
pleasure.
And talk to us about, and I know you have such a wide range of trips that you plan that there is no such thing as like a typical one. So just give us a for example of a trip that you put together for someone recently.
So, we run the gamut. We'll do a one-day program if a group just wants to go in to see a Broadway show in their local city and do a clinic with a local clinician. We love to do those things, so we don't mind doing one-day programs. But most of our trips are 4 or 5-day programs. They're going into a city. They're going to have a clinic with a local college university professor. They're going to perform in and out of different museums and attractions and such. And then the rest of the time, they're going to have fun. And it's going to be activities throughout the day, meals, everything that goes along with a regular fun band trip.
Yeah, I've been a chaperone on those trips, and I've also been an attendee. It was a few years ago, if that wasn't obvious. But it's not just the amount of work that's done, but it's possible to pack so much quality stuff into it when it's planned by somebody who really knows what they're doing. And I'm sure you were good at this when you started, and I bet you're a lot better at it now, right? I mean, you just learn through the years what works, what doesn't, what clients like, what they don't.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. We have many years of practice, and we have great people that travel for us. So for every one of our trips, someone goes out with the group, making sure everything runs perfectly. You'll never have to stand in line. You'll never have to wait for that bus to show up. They'll have the keys for the hotel when you arrive. They're there 24/7 if something happens with the kid and you need to get, I hate to say it, but sometimes we have to go to hospitals. You know, they're there to make sure everything runs perfectly. So the band director can be the musician. He can be the director. He can take care of the kids, and we can take care of everything else. And that's what Peak is about. We're all really about personal service, from the time they say yes on a trip all the way through taking care of kids with gluten issues and allergies and all that kind of stuff. We're always trying to be ahead of the director and the parents and the kids, so the trip goes perfectly.
Wow, that's so valuable. Yeah. Well, again, thank you very much for sponsoring this event. So I know that there are a lot of band directors, there are a lot of parents of students today. There are a lot of students who could not be here, and so it's always wonderful to have the live feed. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And speaking of the live feed here, let's give a quick rundown of the rest of the day. Here in just a few minutes, we are going to have the director roundtable. And me, but I am not the people on the internet are not going to be subjected to my wisdom and wit. Yes. So I will be in there working with all 3 of the high school bands at once. What could possibly go wrong? I'm going to be outnumbered like well over 100 to 1, but we'll see how it goes. And again, our groups who are here today are Central Bucks East under the direction of Jason Morehouse, Blue Ridge High School under the direction of Vince LaRusso, and Unionville High School under the direction of Eddie Otto. And all 3 of those band directors, plus the 3 directors from here, and our 2 clinicians are all going to have a director roundtable here in just a few minutes, and that is going to be broadcast live here, and that's while I am in the hall working with the students. So that's for 1 hour, and then we do a reset, and at these times are all in Eastern time. At 2:45 is the 3rd and final clinic session, which you are going to get to see Dr. Scott Borma of Western Michigan University, who's going to be working with the group that has been on stage all morning, the Central Bucks High School. And then at 3:30 is my favorite part, which is when all 3 of the bands plus the Westchester University Wind Ensemble under the direction of Dr. Andrew Jozwiak they will all perform for us at 3:30 to 4:30. And then we will wrap things up and send everyone on their way. So so I think it's going to be an exciting rest of the afternoon. We've had this amazing opportunity in the middle of these clinic sessions to be able to have the clinician come out in the middle of it and tell us what they are working on. And in fact, if you missed any of them or missed yesterday, we had Phoenixville High School, Cedar Crest High School, Boyertown Area High School. If you missed any of those, they are all archived, all of these events. And this is the 7th year that this has happened, something like that. They are all archived on banddirector.com. So, again, if people want to find out more about Peak Group Travel, where should they go?
They should go to peakgrouptravel.com.
That's that.
Yeah, pretty easy.
It's always good when you can get yourbusinessname.com. It makes it nice and
That's
easy.
right.
So,
That's right.
So peakgrouptravel.com, and you can find out all of the things. As he said, they go from one-day semi-local trips to international trips and everything in between. So,
you want to travel anywhere in Europe? Do Europe, China, Asia, South America, wherever you'd like to go.
That's
but
great.
we really love doing these kinds of programs, and we're happy to be a sponsor here today.
And again, I'm not just saying it because I should. Thank you for sponsoring this, because I know there's a lot of people online who are getting to watch their children or their friends or relatives or neighbors or whatever perform today, and they wouldn't be able to do that without your support. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy.
Appreciate it.
All right.
And we are soon going to have the band director roundtable, so stay tuned for that.
Thank you.
Check 1, 2.
All right, folks. We're back for day 2 of our 2020 National Band Association Wind Band Symposium here at Westchester University. And we have a fresh group of bands here today. I hope you've been able to enjoy some of the work that our clinicians have been doing in the hall with the Central Bucks East group. And we'll get to hear from Unionville High School and Blue Ridge High School a little later today. We're going to do a similar thing as last night and have a little bit of a roundtable discussion about some topics that over lunch just now we were able to just kind of talk about, and things that are on the mind of the great educators that we have with us today. So just as an introduction and way to get started, we're going to just pass the mic and let you know who everyone is and what we're doing here today. So I'm Andrew Yozviak, and I'm the Director of Bands here at Westchester University.
Nice.
How about that? I'm Adam Gumbel. I'm the Director of Athletic Bands here at Westchester University.
I'm Eddie Otto, and I'm the Director of Bands at Unionville High School.
I'm Vince LaRusso. I'm the Director of Bands at Blue Ridge High School.
I'm Scott Tobias, Director of Bands at West Virginia University.
Scott Borma, Director of Bands at Western Michigan University.
Jason Morehouse, Band Director at Central Bucks High School East.
Greg Martin, Associate Director of Bands here, and I'm the one that make these two guys look good.
Thank you, Greg. So certainly a topic that we get to talk about all the time is literature and programming, and not just the concept, but what's appropriate, how do things go together, what are great sources we have to be able to locate good music or music that's going to be appropriate for a particular concert. So I'm just kind of interested from the high school guys. What are you thinking about? Where are you starting? What are some of the things that you're using as a starting point? You want to start, Jason?
Sure. I probably start most with other people's programs and looking up, ensembles that I like, or even sometimes, like for my high school group, especially my second group, I'll look up what middle schools are playing at Midwest or something like that to see what kind of pieces are appropriate, and then I'll hunt them down and find recordings. But I probably start most with either other people's programs or a respected state list along those lines. I think it's tough with newer composers self-publishing even more. They're not. It's great because they're not beholden to the publisher's structures, but they're also maybe not as well broadcast. Michael Markowski's got his own thing, and we all stumbled upon him. But there's, for every one of those, I'm sure there's others. So I'd be curious to hear about the other, newer composers and where to find them outside of the standard stock publishing companies.
I cheat. I'll fully admit. I'm lucky enough to go to Midwest every year, and that's where I spend most of my time. I try to, if I'm not able to see the concerts, I'll at least grab a program and see, like you said, for the high school bands, looking to see what the top middle school bands in the country are playing, and try to see exposure to new literature, composers that I've not had the experience of hearing. So that's my main go-to. We're really lucky that we teach at the time that we teach, and there's so much literature online. Spending a good 2 hours on J.W. Pepper, or you can fall down a wormhole on YouTube with good and bad recordings of newer literature. But that's usually where my jumping off point is.
We're fortunate at Unionville to be right down the street from Westchester, and this is where I went to college, so I have a lot of connections and band directors I've known for a while in this area, in addition to out at Midwest and people I've met there that I could still talk to, and down in Maryland, college professors down there as well. I think the most important thing that I do and that we can do as educators is stay in contact with the people that we learn from, and the people that are our peers, going through a music education degree, undergrad or graduate, and just talking about it. Like I've learned so much going out and having dinner with somebody or a professor and just talking about wind band repertoire. And I go home and I look it up, and I look it up on Spotify, and then there's suggested playlists and stuff just comes up I never knew existed. And it's just bottomless almost. Everyone makes playlists, listen to it, and eventually you start to learn what's good and what makes pieces good and repertoire worth putting on the stands of our students, through just talking to other people in the field. And the more people that do that, I think the more informed we're all going to become.
Our networks are certainly very, very important. And to Jason's question about the composers who find it very easy, convenient, beneficial to self-publish, it's a little bit of a gamble for them, right? Because certainly there's a little bit more of a take kind of thing in the process, but they may not get that kind of exposure. You have someone like you mentioned, Michael Markovsky, who hit really strongly at the start of his career, so we know about him, and we could find his music very, very readily. I think that concept of network has started to play out with those people who are self-composing. We all remember in the early 2000s, there was a group of composers that was Eric Whitacre and Stephen Bryant and John Newman and Jim Bonney, and they all came together under the banner of BCM International. And they just kind of pooled their resources and got together and started to promote each other. The new BCM, there are a couple of those umbrellas out there, and one is a group that's called the Blue Dot Collective. It's a David Biedenbender and Jess Langston Turner and Viet Quang and help me out, guys. Wayne Oquin, is he in there? Omar Thomas is within that group. But there, again, a group of very, very excitable composers, ambitious composers who are pooling their resources in order to promote each other. And Murphy Music Press is another kind of umbrella that's been kind of like collecting composers and putting them together in that kind of way, from the tradition, a little different from the traditional publisher. But one of the cool things that these groups of people are doing, the Blue Dot folks all decided that this year they were all going to write a grade 2 or a grade 3 piece. So that whole collection of composers who are winning, all the prizes in our band associations are awarding, they all wrote grade 3 pieces, and so like we have 6, 7, 8 pieces for middle level groups that are out there, and I don't know, it's a pretty interesting time. It's dangerous, I think, sometimes because it lacks the self-composer or self-published composer lacks a vetting process, but if they've proven themselves, then we get to go directly to that person.
I think, too, Jason brought something up about the state lists. I know as a young teacher, that became my lifeline. And, Scott and I both taught in Florida together. The Florida Bandmasters list is pretty extensive. And the neat thing about that list is they've gone through and vetted the pieces, and they signify what a group of people thought were significant pieces of music. The Texas UIL list, that's a great list. Virginia has a good list. So, we can use these resources. It's not going to necessarily tell us what the newest stuff that's in there, but it's a great resource for what's been established in our literature to this point.
And I'll add to that something that's not been made public yet, but I guess we'll make it public now. As of Midwest, we had a discussion with the National Band Association Board of Directors, because the NBA has its own list and has for a while. We are, in the past it's been you must be a member, you must log in to get access to it. We're getting ready to open that up and make it available. We're still working on some ideas about how that might look, whether it's going to be limited to state associations, whether it's going to be limited. So we don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but there is going to be an opening to let that get out a little bit more. And we also are looking at the 60th anniversary of the NBA in 2020. So we're releasing a very new edition of those lists. And one of the inclusions in that list that's not been there before is a earmarking of significant literature. Jason Fettig of the Marine Band has been coordinating a committee completely redoing our entire marches list and marking which ones are significant. So we look forward to that. So as people are looking at state lists, hopefully in the next couple of months, as our committee is doing their work, we'll be able to announce more about what kind of expanded access there'll be to that list as well.
Yeah, so one, that it's going to be available to everyone is just an awesome gesture on behalf of the association. But there's another component to the recent overhaul of those lists that I was able to really note very poignantly. I was doing a presentation, a lit presentation for a group of students last week, our NAFME chapter, and I had an old circa 2000 version of the NBA list, and then I had the most recent version, and the sleekness of it, and that the committee really took the time to offer us what the best, truly the best is, and it's just really a wonderful resource.
So is the GIA Teaching Music Through Performance books. They've gone through and done a lot of the work for us in those books, and I think that's just an amazing resource I wish I had when I was a beginning teacher.
All right, so that talks about some methods, or some resources we have to find the pieces. Then what? You have this encyclopedic kind of list of music. What are you thinking about, and how you're evaluating this music as it's appropriate for your students' experience, and or like where they're performing it? It's like, what are those considerations? Vince?
I think the balance is between finding what's educationally appropriate and what's entertaining, and finding out what you think specifically the balance is for your program. I kind of work backwards. Where am I going to perform this? Who's in the audience? Then look at the ensemble. Where are the strengths of the ensemble? What's something in the literature that could be an area to develop other parts of the ensemble that need it? And then try and find a 4 or 5 piece program that is balanced between challenging, educational, and entertaining. And it's not a quick process. I can't tell you how many times I've got this program completely ready, and we'll start working on tunes, and I've got to pull one out because it's either not going to fit from a programmatic standpoint, it's just completely in left field, or it was too easy, or too challenging, or not challenging, but it would require more time than we have to make the entire program feasible. So trying to balance out the limited rehearsal time that we all have with trying to get give the best performance and give the best experience we can for the kids.
Sure. I mean, what we think about as teachers first is the experience we provide these students with, right? So I think that a lot of the times we define what entertainment is, because most of the time, most concerts, we're either going to be at an assessment, we're going to be at a symposium like this, we're going to be at an all-state festival with educators, or we're going to be performing for parents. But parents really, what I found they care about most is if their kids are passionate about what they're doing. And if we instill a sense of passion in our students around significant wind band repertoire from these lists, from these connections, and from our colleagues, then students are going to be excited about playing great stuff. And then whether they're playing at a home concert or they're playing at assessment, they're going to be playing great stuff that's educational. And then we get to teach them, what is music? It's this deeper connection with those around you, and it's an art form. Your brain develops faster. You're generally a smarter person if you participate in it. But we're teaching music for music's sake, and instilling a passion in students. and developing them more as human beings around significant wind band repertoire that entertains the people they perform for. So the audience gets a great experience, the students get a great experience, and everyone that has the opportunity to hear them, they're going to enjoy what they're hearing, you know? So that's generally what we look for.
I remember as a young, just starting out in my career as a high school band director, I remember being very uncomfortable with making value judgments about the pieces that I was choosing. I had played all this amazing repertoire in college, the Hindemith Symphony, and on and on and on, all these great pieces that my band would never have been able to play. And I just, I'd go to Michigan School Band and Orchestra meetings, I'd talk to people, they'd say what pieces they're playing, and I learned a lot from that. My dad was a high school band director, so I asked him all the time what kind of pieces he liked. But I remember a light bulb moment, probably about my 4th or 5th year, maybe even later than that, where suddenly it told me that I needed to trust myself. As there was a piece that I'd chosen that everybody seemed to be playing in the world, and everybody thought it was the greatest thing that had ever been written. And I just remember I'd hear it and I think, it seems a little cheesy to me, or just doesn't connect with me. But everybody's playing it, so it must be great. Passed it out with my students, and as much as I tried to be passionate about it with them, I didn't fool them, because they must have sensed in my heart that I didn't love it. And I couldn't tell you right now what it was about it, but it made me think too, I've had all these experiences with great literature, so they're a part of me, they're in my head, they're in my heart, and so even if I don't go through the list of what makes a great piece, I've experienced great music, and so I need to trust myself about, does this fulfill things that I want my students to learn? Is there variety in the orchestration? Are there wow moments or ooh moments, or things that I'm going to feel, the students are going to feel, and it's going to make a great part of their diet? I think at some point we just need to trust ourselves and our backgrounds and our experiences and say, this speaks to me. It'll speak to them through me.
One of the participating groups here, the CB East group, under the direction of Mr. Morehouse, they're performing at the PMEA All-State Conference in April. And as you're putting together your program for that type of performance, what are the considerations that you have, as you're assembling that for a presentation at that level?
I think one of the most important things that I figured out earlier was when I can prepare a program ahead of time and I'm not under the gun of the next concert. If I'm preparing a program months in advance, as opposed to this concert's done, what am I going to play next? It gives me time to plan and balance everything. I started and was very much in the classical vein, and I always enjoyed playing transcriptions. So there's a transcription somewhere, always. I always try to vary from year to year what transcriptions I play, from piano literature or orchestral literature or wherever it's got choral literature that it's coming from. But I look at historical periods. So I want my kids to experience Renaissance. Actually, the Renaissance stuff is almost more hip to them now than some of the other stuff, because it's got that minimalistic, like, repeated motive idea. It's layered over. Yeah, and it's modal, and it sounds, put a good beat to it, and but I think the balance and when I'm selecting the literature, it's like what kind of things am I trying to do, and really. I guess you were talking about an aha moment to some extent. For me, it was after teaching for a while, and I did my graduate work, and I went back, and I never heard of it, or maybe I didn't pay attention to it. It's probably more likely in undergrad. But that Acton Ostling study, man, that is no joke. That revolutionized my whole thing and gave me validation for choosing pieces one or the other, and especially form, like. And I think of literature selection from the composer's mentality more than maybe, performers now. But form and orchestration are so critical in what I choose, and that usually those criteria often lead me to better selection on the rest of the other stuff, because it's easier to separate the schlock when I get through those things. So
Another thing, the director of bands at Western Michigan University when I was an undergrad student, the one thing he taught me many, many, many things, but Richard Sundorf taught me about program selection, and he related it to putting together a fine meal. And I use that every single time. You want an appetizer. You want a salad. It's got good roughage in it. You might want some warm, light cheese or something in between. Then you want the main course. And then you got to go out with a dessert of some sort, you know. And, you know, when we're coming up with our repertoire is our curriculum. That's the whole thing that we use to teach. And even though I'd love a cookie over maybe that salad sometimes, if I don't have both, I'm probably not going to be very healthy. And so just the diet we give our students sometimes informs those choices. Or, you know, how many times have we gone to a festival performance by a band and heard two pieces by the same composer? And it's like, why? You missed an opportunity here. Or two overtures, or, you know, just giving them variety in the form, in the styles, in the eras, in the kinds of composers, female composers, people of color, all these. There are a lot of different ways of creating variety in what we choose, and that's such a huge, important thing.
I'm glad you said that. That's what came to mind listening, is that I think sometimes some people may they pick a piece, then they decide, what am I going to teach with this piece? I might recommend what you're saying, which is if we flip it, and you say these students are going to be in my program for 3 years at middle school, 4 years high school, 4 years college. What is it at the end of 4 years I want them to know and be able to do? Create that list first, then go back and let that inform your literature decision. Because I track it and I look at it over 4 years, and I may see that, you know, 2 years have gone by and we've yet to do a Renaissance piece. So I know that next year I need to get that in there. And so just a suggestion to those to maybe flip the thinking a little bit and see what the end result is, and then work backwards. Just like our colleagues in other disciplines might say, we need to know certain things in science, so then I'm going to use this textbook to teach that concept. So again, balance, I think, is the key to that.
Yeah, I think that when we're in college and we're working through our undergraduate years, we get exposed to all this great literature, and we graduate, and we get our high school band job, and we want to go out and we want to program that Hindemith symphony or something like that. But we know that we probably shouldn't, and I think that there are great takeaways from just embracing that music in terms of the standards that it sets, and how do we find those kind of traits in music that is appropriate for the level of our ensemble, that is going to allow them to develop appropriately. And Eddie had a great thing that he's been doing in his band room to that end. You want to talk about your playlists and score collection?
Oh yeah, sure. So I noticed, you know, students, and it wasn't just at Unionville. It's all over the place. They aren't exposed as much as I would like them to be to this repertoire that we're talking about so much. Like I would say Granger, and the band said, "Who?" And I was like, "Oh no." So I went and I got subscriptions to Apple Music, Spotify, and Amazon Music, because like 3 kids used Amazon Music, and not bashing the Amazon Music. It's your preference. Take what you want. Yeah. 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 But anyway, I made a playlist for these students on each one of these music streaming services, and just I took lists from college and, you know, like the UIL lists. I looked through those, and I threw together playlists of significant wind band pieces, and I started with some listening tests. And you didn't have to do many before students started just to listen to Granger in their spare time, which I never actually foresaw happening. I saw this as an opportunity to educate in what's out there, and it became something students really, really cared about and were passionate about. And then they'd come into the band room and say, "Hey, Mr. Otto, can we play Maslenka 4 next year?" And I'm like, Molly on the Shore was a little rough. That's not going to happen. They're like, why? And then, you know, but what I do now is I get scores. So I have the Maslenka Symphony No. 4 score for all my students to just look at as they listen to it if they want. We have a table where they can come and just look at scores. And they get to, now they know things like Maslenka scores are handwritten. And they're like, why is this handwritten? And he sat at a piano and wrote his scores. That's just what he did. And that's lesson they never would have gotten if they didn't have the opportunity to sit down, and they never would have sat down with a score if they weren't passionate about this type of music, and they wouldn't have been passionate unless I had made it accessible, because they don't go to prom and play Lincolnshire Posy. It's just not what happens, you know? So I feel it's our responsibility to, because we care about it, we're passionate about it. I think it's our job to make it accessible to students.
Another quick shout out, but the Marine Corps' March Mania is a win. I mean, like, we put extrinsic things to it at the beginning of the process, but the kids get pretty animated and voting, and there was some, you know, some potential Russian interference last year, and there was some challenges to the system, but it's yeah. So there's little things like that are always fun, and when they're getting in there. But along those same lines, when it comes to programming, I've learned that it's okay to program pieces again that I've done in my career. I have a colleague who starts every year by listening to every catalog that he's received in the last 6 months and listens to all of those new pieces that have been published, and it's great, but there's no constants. And one of the things that was eye-opening to me is one of the schools I studied at had a core repertoire list in their collegiate system, where every band, whenever they played, had to choose one of those pieces out of the 50 that were on there. And that core repertoire meant that, you know, all of their undergrads and graduate students were all experiencing those pieces throughout the time. But I've now, you know, in my own library, there's kind of a core repertoire that I do come back to. And you were asking about the PMEA program, and I have no business having played the Alcotts the first time, because it was way beyond anything I could really do. And then I did it again foolishly. And now I'm going to try it a third time. But I feel like to some extent it's because there's a lot more that I've learned about it. And I feel like the ensemble has the potential to be ready for it. And before I did it kind of selfishly, you know, for me, to experience the piece. But now I'm anxious to share it with them, and having learned more about the piece to do it. But I think something's to be said for doing those things again in your career.
Just one quick thing, maybe, when you said our performances, especially at the high school level, sometimes we put too much pressure on ourselves to be perfect. It's okay to have and I don't mean a crash and burn performance, but I mean it's okay to experience the music we talked about earlier, about even just reading it. But it's okay to work for 2 or 3 months on a piece and maybe not play it at a level that we would at a recording session, because you get so much out of it, more than maybe just reading it would. You get immersing yourself in it, even if the final performance isn't immaculate, or something like we said we'd share for a recording, or you'd submit for a recording for an audition for an experience like PMEA. The kids get a lot out of experiencing it and challenging themselves. So just came to mind.
Yeah, I think that it's cool to take chances, you know, because they're the things that starts to stretch your kids a little bit. But
Gets you out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, you take it outside though, bring your best, right? Yeah, so
That's right.
Cool. So the other topic point that came up again today was the idea of scheduling and kind of working through the process with our students, our parents, our administrators. And it was a slightly different take today than it was yesterday about what our directors are experiencing in their schools. So I don't know, somebody want to open that up and talk a little bit about that?
I can do that, sure. So we introduced a newer thing. Some other local high schools are starting to do it, called Lunch and Learn this year. What that means is, in the middle of every single day, 2-hour delays, 2-hour early dismissals, half days, assemblies, there's always right in the middle 1 hour of lunching and learning. So it's broken into 2 half-hour increments. There's Learn 1 and Learn 2, we call it. Front half hours, Learn 1. So what that helped with a problem we had in the past, and it's still, you know, a challenge that we face. But we have choir and band at the same time in our schedule. So if a kid's in choir and wind ensemble, they split the time essentially. So I see them one or two times a 6-day cycle instead of 3 times a 6-day cycle. But B day out of our 6-day rotating cycle is always a band. It's called band priority, but I always see the full ensemble, assuming no one ever gets sick. There's never a field trip or anything, which I tell the kids being sick, just don't do it. So what we started to do was have rehearsals during Learn 2 that then carried through to the regular rehearsal time, because then everyone in the band was there and it was a longer rehearsal. And ideally I'd like to have 3 45-minute rehearsals, but that's not going to happen. It's not viable. So we fixed the issue in that regard. But we were talking a little bit earlier about the importance of educating our administration and everyone about music, because just like I forget who said this. Someone said this. Just like we don't quite understand everything that they have to put together with AP classes and special education courses and what certain students need where, they don't quite understand music and what goes into that. Like I have one oboe player. That oboe player, if they're not in that class, I treat them like gold, my holy child. So that we need a certain number of things to play this repertoire that provides students with the best educational experience. So I think that through hanging out with our administrators and educating them more on what we do, that kind of would resolve itself, because they would get it, that we need to have the kids in the class, and that's less of an issue. But everywhere has challenges, and it's about figuring it out individually, and again, talking to your colleagues. So that helps a lot.
Back when I was a high school band director, this was, just in the 90s, the 1990s. Yeah, so we're sure. We went to block scheduling. Every school in the country was flirting with block scheduling, and we went to a straight 4x4 block. One semester was 4 classes, the other semester was 4 classes. And so it used to be a 6-period day. They'd take 1 class all year. So in theory, it became, okay, now they have 8 choices for their year. But of course, the issue is, how do you have the band in your class for an hour and a half every day for the entire year, taking up 2 blocks for the consistency? And a lot of details went into this whole thing, but what I did is I made myself a student. I made myself an expert on the scheduling of that school, talking to the people, the vice principal who was in charge of that. I spent a lot of time in her office just talking through all the details. And like you say, educating her about the need for that oboe player and the need for the instrumentation in the ensembles, and the need for, we can't just randomly throw band students into a class. And so, taught her about our needs and the fact that 20% of the school was in the band. So it probably makes a lot more sense to just schedule them and then schedule everything around it. As selfish as that seems, it's just a reality. But as far as the block scheduling, I made myself an expert on what students needed, like what kinds of students do I have? They're all taking AP classes. What would a schedule look like? And I came up with like 9 different schedules of your typical students, and had them ready for a 4-year sequence of how they can successfully be in band for 4 years and still get more classes than they used to be able to get on a 6-period day. And if in June, the letter I sent home to the parents, boy, it was spelled out. Here's the next 4 years of your kids' lives, and this is how they can be in band and still get all these AP classes and do all these things. And if it weren't for me becoming an expert on it, my band probably would have shrunk, but it didn't.
I think one of the things we talked about was not only make sure we educate our administration, but also that we become educated about their perspective. And that may mean getting engaged in the school outside of the band. Like, I know none of us are really, blessed with extra time, but showing that we care about the school culture as a whole really helps the administration kind of buy into what we're doing and where we can fit into that. Or maybe I volunteer the band for something else that they wouldn't have done in the school, or yeah, hey, we could put some music out there, and yeah, we'll do the entertainment thing. We talked a little bit about are we just entertainers? Clearly not, but to some extent we have to meet those needs. But I got involved with the SAP team, the Student Assistance Program, the getting involved with the cultural awareness groups, getting involved with the other things outside of the music department, helped the administrators see that I did have the school's best interest in mind, and that it really is about how we make the entire school better by our kids being a part of that. And when they understand we care about that side, when we come to them with scheduling concerns and we offer to take a look at it from their perspective and offer suggestions or get down into the weeds with them, maybe even take some work off of their plate depending on the administrator you're working with, it goes a long way in improving our scheduling opportunities for the kids.
Yeah, I think what we're talking about, the buzzword is advocacy. How do we advocate for our program? For a long time, I've always said that you advocate for your program by having a good program. So that means if you have 4 kids in your band, then you have the best 4-member concert band that you can find. But also, it's our network. We talked about that at lunch. It's our network. It's being, like you said, visible. It's showing your administrators that we're all together. It's a team. We're trying to make all of our kids have a successful experience. And then in my experience at Blue Ridge has been positive from day one, because I've been adamant about, like you said, being involved in the culture outside of what happens in the band room. And the administrators that I've worked with have been more welcoming to include me in on those scheduling conversations when the time comes, because I'm not just a band guy. It's, I'm another educator in the building.
Real quick, and I think you actually said it, but I'd just like to say it like real clear as I can. When we're advocating for the kids, it's a win. And when we advocate for our band program, it becomes about us, or it becomes about the band, and that's valuable. But really, we're doing this for the kids. Absolutely. And so when they see that, first and foremost, it's a much easier sell.
One more quick thing. One thing I did, my second high school principal told me something my first day on the job that I'll never forget. He says, "You know what? You should have lunch in the teacher's lounge." And I'm like, man, I'm a bander. I don't have time for that. I'm scarfing down something as I'm trying to catch up on all this other stuff. But, I kind of took it to heart, and I started hanging out in the teacher's lounge and getting to know these other teachers and showing an interest in their, I learned a heck of a lot about what else was happening in the building, and therefore we developed some empathy for each other, and therefore even they felt good about the experiences that the kids were having in the band room because of the person that went out of his way to be a part of, the rest of the community.
Yeah. And just in terms of the relationships that we get to build, a lot of times they're reciprocated. I think it's awesome that Vince's principal is with him and the kids on this trip today, and I just really think it speaks to the kind of relationships that have been built in that school. There were 2 specific things that were mentioned last night that I thought were really kind of important, and it one echoes an earlier sentiment today that one of the directors just went down to the guidance department and sat with the guidance counselors in the school who do the scheduling, and he said, "What kind of information can I collect for you to make this whole process easier?" Because if you're a guidance counselor, it's every kid in the school, and in a lot of ways, every single one of them is unique in what their path is going to be. And they said, well, it would be great to have this information and this information and this information. And he's done that every year, and it's developed into this spreadsheet for him to be able to pass off to the guidance counselors, and it's seemingly reaped some very, very positive results. And I think the other thing that I really enjoyed as a takeaway yesterday was we were talking a whole lot about advocacy and how we're going to want to represent our programs, but it is also the education part, because that people don't know exactly what it is we do or we're doing in our band rooms, it's okay. You know, like I don't know everything or didn't know everything that was going on in a chemistry lab when I was teaching high school. But to get out of our box and go into the faculty room and have lunch and you know, have some of those build some of those relationships with other teachers affords us the ability for them to just view us as just another person who's has some challenges. Yeah.
Well, and I think it's when we throw these catchwords around, advocacy by itself can be interpreted as to mean just to speak on behalf of, and that's the starting point. But it's action after the advocacy, because you can talk all you want to about how important this is and how important this is, but these things that everyone's been saying about getting to know, bringing your administrator with you, or finding out the information they need. We mentioned earlier that the piece of advice that I think a lot of us have heard, and I heard it when I was coming along, was you never go into your boss's office with a problem. You always go in with a solution. And so you don't walk in saying, my program's important and this is a problem. Fix it. You always walk in and say, this is the challenge we have. I've already found 3 different options that we could use to solve it. I just need to know from you which one would work the best, or a hybrid. And then that's taking the advocacy part and adding action to it. And I think you get much more support that way, because you're not saying you've created a problem and you've got to solve it. It goes back to my students will tell you that there are 2 words they're not allowed to use when they're on a podium. My conducting students, they can never say me and they can never say I. You know, it's not can my trumpets play for me, measure D. You know, it's can we hear that? And I think it's the same thing when you talk about advocacy. It's not, you know, you and you and you. It's here's a challenge that we're faced with, and this is what we could do. And so I would just encourage that, you know, with social media, it's easy nowadays to get behind an anonymous keyboard and complain and gripe and complain, and we see a lot of it. And we can talk about advocacy, and we can preach about how wonderful our programs are and what the benefits are. But if you really want to get something done, you got to do something. If you want the engine to go, you got to give it gas. And so I would encourage. And we were talking. Scott was just mentioning to me about what we said yesterday, the relationship with the assistant principal I had when I was teaching high school, and you know, going down and working together. And you know, her comment to me was that, and you alluded to this earlier, it may seem like I'm giving preferential treatment to the band program by building the schedule around it, but I'm not. You know, it's if I don't do that, I'm going to have all these problems, and all these parents and students are coming to my office, the principal's office, to get the solution. So, in essence, it was helping us, but it was helping her as well, and it was helping the students as well. And so, just a word to the wise: it's easy to complain; it's hard to take action to fix it.
Cool. I guess one of the last things that came up in today's session, Jason kind of posed a question to the college directors here, just about the state of affairs.
I was just curious. You know, we know the culture stuff. We know the screen time and the phones and the video games and the distractions and all of that. But you know, from our end, I was curious to know what you guys were seeing in terms of the level of preparation from our end, of your undergrads, of the students coming in, their expectations, their mentalities, and maybe how those things have changed or not. And you know, I certainly see some of that change as I look at my own students coming to me and what I can expect of my students, and I'm, you know, constantly adapting to their needs. But as they've gone on, I was wondering what kind of changes you guys have seen.
And I'll let you say what you said earlier, but I'll just maybe start it by saying, you know, I think we have, from what I'm seeing, and we're a little bit, it's interesting where we're located at West Virginia University, because we pull students from Ohio, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Maryland. We're kind of a pastiche of a region. Even though we're a state school, we're not overwhelmingly dominated by our state. But I think what we see nowadays is, in a lot of ways, they're brighter, they're smarter, they have more access to more knowledge, and they know things that I don't think we knew when we were their age. That can be taken 2 ways. I mean, in the good way. So, and so that's great. The one thing I do see, though, is I think and I'm speaking in general terms because we have a lot of wonderful students, but I think in general, they're a little more impatient than in the past. I find in rehearsals they would rather play and play and play. Don't stop us and don't try to teach us and let's don't do the exercise. Let's don't discuss how the piece fits together. Let's just they're more impatient and they want to just keep on going and not take the time to fix things, which I think we all know. Take the time now, pay now, play later, and so that's one thing I'm noticing nowadays. They're in a hurry. And I think that's just society. I mean, society's faster. The phones are faster. Even TV shows don't even have opening credits and theme songs anymore. They jump right to the action and and get rid of commercials and you have to go.
Man, I miss those theme songs too.
Yeah.
1980s theme songs.
Yeah, exactly. So that's. And I know you've got something you want to add to that, but that was the one thing that I'm seeing is just that impatience. We're having to try to slow them down to say we'll get there. But do this first, and you'll be stronger and better when you get there.
And very similar. I don't think it has anything to do with what the teachers in the schools before they get to us. I think it's more of a sign of our world right now, society, and just we just want to get immediate gratification kind of thing. I'm noticing I think the word I think I said selfish. I think I meant more self-absorbed. I think students are more inward about my life and what I've got to do to be successful, and here's how my contributions, or this is what I need, or and less about, wow, I'm a part of this group of people that are counting on me. I owe it to this person next to me to help that person or to learn from that person, or the person across the ensemble. If I'm playing a line and the line communicates with that line, I'm going to reach out to that person. We talk a lot this weekend just with the ensembles about just moving and feeling music and inspiring each other and working together. We have this oboe professor at Western Michigan who is just he's so great in these chamber things, and he knows he's got something with the clarinetist over there, and he's right there, and I just love for my students to see that interaction and get outside your part and be aware, and not just musically, but communication in a way and responsibility to an ensemble. Am I sick or am I sick? Do I have a family thing I'd like to go to, or do I have a death in the family that I have to go to, that I need to go to? And differentiating between the simplistic aspect of what's important to me and what's important to me in relation to all these people who are counting on me.
And what you just said jogged in my mind. Someone asked the same question to Lou Holst, football coach Lou Holst, years ago. And they said, Coach, you've been coaching a long time. What's different now than it was? And he said a quote that said, I find that the game hasn't changed much, but when it comes to the players are more concerned nowadays about their rights and their privileges than they are about their obligations and their responsibilities. And I thought that's powerful. Just hearing what you said made me think about that. Because we deal with the same thing. I'm sniffling this morning. I think I'm going to stay home, as opposed to, no, I really need to be there to help everybody else.
Band directors should use their sick days in June after the work is done to play golf. That's not a real thing.
Your work is done?
This was an interesting question to me, and I kind of love it because to me it's just another part of the culture building that we want to be doing within our bands, within our teaching. When I do honor festivals, one point that I get to make with the kids very often is, I think this is such a cool activity because everything about it is a we premise. We can't go out and perform without everybody giving up just a little bit of what they really believe or might really think about how they might want to play a certain section, a phrase, a movement, without concern for all of the other musicians on the stage. And when I see them on their phones and stuff like that, I guess it's just amusing to me because I'm so terrible at any of those things. It's been wasted on me. I tried to send an email to a colleague yesterday on my phone, and I found that when she responded to me, I skipped entire sentences of thoughts that I thought I was going to include with my thumbs. But the culture building to me is like just so important, and one of the things that I really get excited about, when we get to rehearse and talk with each other about what's going on. There have always been great players here during my time. I don't know if there are more or less. It seems like the talent's a little heavier these days, but I know that in a lot of ways it feels easier, and it's not just because we've built great culture in the wind ensemble and what's going on in that group, but one person doesn't get to do all those things, and having great colleagues like Greg Martin, who's taking the same ideas and holding our wind symphony up to the same standards, and our new colleague and Adam Gumble, and just transferring all those ideas into the marching band. If you much like we were talking about, scheduling challenges aren't challenges if you get to communicate and everybody's swimming in the same direction. Man, when you have a school full of great colleagues that are all kind of rowing the same way, it makes your job real easy. So, keep sending us your kids, Jason, is the answer. Well, I think I'm just hearing some applause from the hall. Yeah, right. Not coming from the hall, and I think our students are just going to be finishing up their session with Andrew Hitz, which means we get to go back and spend a little time in our last session before we do a show and tell for everybody. These three great bands, and look forward to hearing everything that you've been able to learn today and put together with your ensemble. So our guests and the bands who've taken time on a weekend, on a Saturday, to come down here and work to get some new information and get better. Very, very grateful for your involvement in this festival. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
session is going to be, I think, about 45 minutes. That's about half the time of our other rehearsals. So this one's going to go by pretty quick. You guys have been troopers. You've had a great day. If you need to use a restroom, by all means, now's a good time to do so. And then start making your way back up here. Reactivate yourself with the horns. Reactivate your horns to the space, and we'll get started in a few minutes. You ask good questions. We're working that out right now. We'll pause.
awesome. That's such great music, isn't it? It's just, may I? Awesome. You know, when you first started, we had some things, it was just very fuzzy. You did it again, and it was really great. I think the reason it wasn't great the first time is we're not thinking di, ba, da. Okay, we're thinking da, ta, ta. I feel like you're so concerned about playing things right that sometimes we don't just let it happen. Dim, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-dum. Okay, so always what I said a little bit earlier about everything is either a downbeat or a pickup to something. It's an overly generalized thing, but we have di, da, 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 di. Okay, they're all leading to this, to that, to that. All music is either going to someplace or retreating from someplace, and you have to just really kind of think of the function of that all the time as you're doing it. Am I on back there? Okay, good. So let's try it at the beginning with that in mind. And your body language has to show that as well. Di, ba-da, ba-da-da-da-da, dim, ba-da. If you can kind of move with me and let that happen. Here we go. From the beginning. Very nice. The first two beats were magnificent. I heard di, ta-da, da-da, and we were less concerned about the quality of those 16th notes than we were the first thing. Di, ta-da, da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Have that go across, da-da-da-da-da, as opposed to da-da-da-da-da. Okay, let's try it. Really great composers have meaning in every moment of the music, okay? Three things happen in these first few measures. It's like, tum, ta-da, arrival of the king, and then the king falls down the stairs and ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. You know, I don't know where that comes from, but, you know, there's a character to all these kind of things. When you go, rin, dun, 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 that's going away from something. Dun, 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 ba-dum. Okay? So have a little bit more fun with the character, and a lot of these technical things should kind of fall in line. Let's try it again. Yeah, great. And just make sure that when you're expressing the top dynamics, that you're always thinking about the loveliness of the tone. Okay. Somebody, I don't know, some famous conductors at some point once said, "Never louder than lovely." Okay. If it's going to be fortissimo, it better be awesome, gorgeous fortissimo. Okay. So don't just play loudly. And most of you are really good at this, but keep that in mind the whole time. So let's hear, with that in mind, let's hear that subito piano that happens. The last four measures of the phrase, measure 9. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Let's really hear the change in that. Let's try it. Measure 9. Okay. You can't play it like this. It just won't work. Okay, let's try it. 1, ready. Yeah, very nice. Measure 12, that last measure we were on, could you play the downbeat and just sustain it? Forte level. Okay? What was happening for some of us, we weren't quite keeping the pitch where it needed. Find the center of that tone and really make sure it's just the sweet spot in the tone, and therefore your intonation is going to be a lot better. Okay, just that downbeat again, measure 12. Very nice. Let's go to the measure before that. Rich and fat. 1, ready, and. From a stylistic standpoint, I think this might want to be a little more lilted. I'm kind of hearing da 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 a little bit. Dum da da dum da 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 da. Let's try it. 1, ready. Really nice. Yeah, good. You do a really nice job of listening for these things together when we decide to do so. And I think the hard thing for all of us is that making those decisions every moment of every piece, and you're always communicating, you're always trying to match, you're always trying to interpret the same way. And we as conductors, we're here as a reference purpose only, okay? We're here to guide you and maybe shape some musical ideas and share with you our interpretation. But you guys are the ones making the sounds, okay? And so it's about you coming together and joining each other and expressing these things in the same way. Cool? Want to go to something else?
There's no great place to stop necessarily when you do the midway, because it never really
keep forgetting to turn my mic on. How do we know that something changes harmonically at 10? Any guess is right. Yeah. It gets forte, so there might be a change in harmony. Sure. That's not what I'm going for quite yet. Change in melody? Yeah, sure. Does anybody see any accidentals that suddenly showed up at 10? Okay. Anytime you see an accidental, that means the composer has chosen to go to a new harmonic place, which means, ooh, it's going to sound unique and new and therefore emotionally rich, okay? So let's take the one measure before 10. Let's start at 9. Here we go, 9. Crescendo with me, okay? Here we go. Don't crescendo until I do, okay? Just so we're expressing exactly the same together. Here we go. Yep. I won't belabor this too long, but the worst place you can ever breathe in music like this is on a bar line. You've heard that before, right? The music is not dictated by the bar lines, okay? So take us across those bar lines, let those ideas continue to flow. And that's going to take some stagger breathing and some real effort on your part to play longer phrases. Go longer without breathing. You know, the longer phrase you play, the more breath support you need. And what happens when you have better breath support? Yeah. Stronger dynamics, what else? Yes. Better breath support, better tone. And then when you get better tone, what might you be able to do better? Play in tune. Okay, all those things have to do with the music behind it. So try to sustain longer phrases. Try not to be kind of walking through muck. Okay, that's an over-exaggeration. But sometimes we're just a little bit too much like this and not enough like this. Okay, so think of direction. Oh, we're all falling asleep, aren't we? Okay, let's go on to something else. Shall we? You have to move. You can't go dit, 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 dit. You have to go dit, 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 dit. That's the only way you're going to play this effectively. Even if you play it together, it's not going to feel good unless you dit, dit, dit. Yeah. you have to have more fun because it's no fun to listen to if you're not having fun. Okay, boom, ba ba beedum, bum beedum, bum bum, boom beedum. Okay, 1, 2, here we go, and now it's sluggish. Ba 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 ba, bum ba ba beedum. It's like you're telling somebody something really. Can you believe what Julie did? Oh my gosh. Okay, it has to have that kind of intensity. Boom, 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 beedum. Boom, beedum, boom, 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 beedum. Okay, 1, 2 measures, and boom, beedum. Yeah. Yep. Okay, good. That's the idea. Now, tubas and the low reeds at measure 9. Look at measure 9. Those who have rest, 2, 3. Bum, beedum, beedum. Okay, you know where I am? Some people are missing pitches. Okay, so it's like burr, 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 burr. You've got to play that bum, beep, bum, beedum, bum, bum. So take the time to really know what those notes are. Okay, so again, like I said, if I'm playing anything that has accents in it, I want to see you lean into those accents. Beat-em. Okay, that's going to make it more fun. The audience is going to love it. The music's going to be better. Here's 11. And 11, 2, here we go. Oh, you guys are too slow. 1, 2, measure 11. But the bassoon and baritone, I heard dee-dum. I want to hear doo-dum, doo-dum. Okay, again, 11. 1, 2, splashy. More. Yep. Okay, the overarching thing is that you're not taking advantage of cool moments by being more exciting, okay? The trumpets end that phrase before 19, and here's what I heard. Dot, 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 dot. That's not what's written. It's dot, dot, my turn. Okay, when it's your turn, make sure we hear you. 2 before 19, please. And 1, 2, bring out the 30-second notes. Yeah, okay? So yeah, so when dooba-dooba-dooba-dooba-da, okay, you take over the ensemble there. So it can't be close, it has to be really amazing. Okay, can we go right at 27? I want you to lean into your accents. Da, okay? 1, 2, 27. Okay, some of you are choosing to make these accents awesome. Some of you are choosing not to bother, okay? So when I look in measure 28, 29, 30, so 27, 28, 29, 30, the fourth measure, could I hear the people that have an 8th rest at the downbeat of that measure? And 1, 2, ready, and 1. A little bit louder. 27, 28, 29, 30. Anybody that's got an 8th rest at the beginning of that measure, please play. And 1, 2, ready, and 1. I'm sorry, that's cool, but that's not the... 27, 28, 29, 30. Who's got an 8th rest at the downbeat of that measure? Tuba, 3rd trombone, bass clarinet. Do we have bass clarinet? Where's bass clarinet? Yes. 28 to 9, 30. 27, 28 to 9, 30. Okay, let's hear it. And 1, 2. 1, 2, ready, and 1. Okay, nope. So it's and 2, 3, and a 1, right? And 2, 3, and a 1. Let's try it. 1, 2, ready, and 1. Okay, so we're a little uncomfortable with the rhythm, and we got to make sure we have staccatos, which are separated, and back off on them so that your accent can be exciting. One, bim, bom, boom, ba. And 1, 2, ready, and 1. Yeah, a little bit late pretty consistently on that. You got to breathe, set, dee-da, dee-da. I want you to play the staccato notes softer and the accented notes bigger, okay? 1, 2, ready, and 1. That was a little bit better, okay? Work on the clarity, the incredible difference in the style between a staccato and an accent. Everybody, 27 and 27, here we go. Yeah, so I really like the energy here by the augmented melody, but the tones aren't matching. Some of us are, da, I'm angry. Okay, some of us are, da, da. It's got to be da, 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 dee, da. Big, fat, lovely, rich sounds and matching each other all the time. Yeah, I think it's just the style, it's the nature, it's the expression of all these kind of things. And take those accents like they're the most important thing you've ever done. Because why not do everything you do at your maximum amazing level? And while you're here for these few minutes, man, be-ba-dee-da-dee-da. It's got so much thrill to it if you let it happen. You just have to express those. Lean into these things, move a little bit, and it's going to make this so much more exciting to listen to and definitely more fun for you to play. All right, we're out of time. My pleasure. Great job.
All right, so I tell you what, let's actually do the tango first. Do the tango, the hip, and then just a little bit each. Right? You don't do those accents, I'm running up here on stage. Yeah. They're just the first 30 bars of it.
Okay, here we are for the final event of the 2020 Wind Band Symposium, sponsored by the National Band Association and Westchester University of Pennsylvania School of Music. We are about to hear a performance by 3 high school bands, as well as the Westchester University Wind Ensemble. We are going to hear Central Bucks East under the direction of Jason Morehouse, Blue Ridge High School under the direction of Vince LaRusso, and Unionville High School under the direction of Eddie Otto, and Andy Jozwiak will be conducting the Westchester University Wind Ensemble. It has been a wonderful day with our clinicians, who are Dr. Scott Tobias and Dr. Scott Burma, and it's just been great, and also the folks here are they've been wonderful. They have been awesome as hosts. Peak Group Travel has been our sponsor for this event. If you are watching this right now, if you're about to see a loved one, or are just looking to hear some great high school bands and the great Westchester University Wind Ensemble, then that is courtesy of Peak Group Travel, who are providing the stream for all of us. If you are interested, you can either go to peakgrouptravel.com or you can click on the link below. It's been great to see the kids. I got to work with all 3 of the bands at once in a master class where we talked about mindset, and we talked about goal setting, and we talked about trying to make the things that are difficult on your instrument, make them easier. And it sounds like things are about to get underway in the hall, so I am going to go ahead and send you in there. Thank you so much for joining us, and be sure to check out all of the archive videos on banddirector.com if you missed any of this or any past events.
Hopefully you feel a lot of value added as you go back home. We have a bit of a swag giveaway here. So it's actually not swag, I guess, stuff we all get. It's like only one person gets it. The bag has the limited edition white incomparable beanie, and we've got a non-limited edition incomparable hat that Emma is sporting. There's some other stuff. The ever-popular Wells School of Music lip balm is also in here. There's a fanny pack, everyone's favorite. Yeah, a fanny pack. So Jackie's going to draw a name out of the completed interest cards box, well labeled, and the swag will go to, from Unionville High School, Sophia Marone! Where are you? That's the same seat that the person who won last night was sitting in. So enjoy the show and tell. Thanks so much for coming. Peace.
Well, welcome, friends. This is the part of our day today where we get to share a little bit of the things we've been able to learn and the ways we've been able to grow throughout our experiences with some really outstanding clinicians throughout the day. And we very intentionally call this a show and tell and not a performance, because almost everything that's going to be performed now is still a work in progress. The Westchester Wind Ensemble that you're going to get to see a little later, ours too, is very much a work in progress. We got back to school last week, so we're running on 3 rehearsals. And the work you guys have done and the way you've grown throughout the day is just absolutely amazing. And I hope that I'm able to hear the ensembles on the back end at one of your concerts or an assessment festival or something like that, because the trajectory is just so high. It really, really needs to be consumed by a great audience. So the first group who's going to perform for us this afternoon is the Central Bucks East Wind Ensemble under the direction of Jason Morehouse. And they're going to do parts of 3 different pieces that include Tango movement from Metamorphic Dances by Brian Balmages, Hymn to the Innocent by Julie Giroux, and The Polonaise by Leodov. So please welcome to the stage, under the direction of Jason Morehouse, Central Bucks East Wind Ensemble. The next group we have to perform for you this afternoon is the Unionville High School Wind Ensemble. They'll be performing movements 4 and 5 from Julie Giroux's Bookmarks from Japan. So please welcome to the stage, under the direction of Ed Otto, the Unionville High School Wind Ensemble. Talking about me conducting every measure correctly? What did we cover? What were the highlights? Go ahead. Great contrast. Awesome. Good one. Get scared when you couldn't hear each other, the way they were hearing each other? Yeah, I literally saw it. Faces started the second movement. There was a lot lot of this going on. You know, that's great because like I knew immediately what was going on. That you couldn't hear each other the way you were used to, but you were trying. Okay, a little bit more familiar with the room today. It's going to be a little bit more natural, so it's not going to be such a complete surprise. That for me was probably the biggest thing. Like we play together, you know, and it was just because we couldn't hear, or you know, we just weren't connecting with each other. So we'll do better job with that today. Did I do something funny to start the tune? Like the very first downbeat of the piece. Oh, did I? Okay, well, yeah, I'm really sorry about that. So that sucks. Can we just play the first bar? I just want to make sure that we're solid with that. First two bars, sorry. More subdivision going into the bars. Wow. That's fine. Yeah, we would be really, really actively subdividing through the notes. Second one, just well, we actually got to the thing fun. Just be looking ahead. There were a lot of entrances that I felt were a surprise. Remember, it's a 7-bar phrase, not an 8-bar phrase. The one's a 6-bar phrase and not a 7-bar phrase. Just so we're anticipating entrances. At the time, that was a little surprising. And I need you to be aggressive just in how you're going after and how you're responding in the retard that kind of filters down, okay, to the one chorale, and the accelerando on the other side of that. James has got the keys in that middle section, all right? So all we need to be doing is listening. I was even pointing, you know, as we were going, and clearly we were just having problems. If you can't hear him, what's an alternative? Yeah, watch him. Yeah, I mean, everything he's doing is so visual. One, he's moving, and there's beat going on, and you can see his fingers, you know, either on the fretboard or the ones that are plucking. So get your eyes over there. If you know that you're sharing lines with people or individuals across the ensemble, look over across the ensemble. Try to find that person. Make eye contact, and then you have, and you're just some big boy music. We're going to have a better performance of this today than we did yesterday. And even so, what we do today, we are not going to be happy with on March 1st. But, you know, as a start, I was talking to Dr. Borma from Western Michigan. They just played this last semester cycle. He said, yo man, 3 rehearsals, we had every bit of the entire rehearsal like run to be able to like figure that out and get a lot of that together. I think you guys are in some really great shape. So cool, thanks. It's gonna be better. So what else? Anything else I can do? Okay. What's that? Me? I'm very relaxed right now. Don't I look relaxed? I feel good. I don't want to step on them and fall. It's kind of the motivation. preservation, self-preservation. So, all right. We've got at least one more band, probably one more band in a part, and we'll let you guys know when you can start loading in and stuff. But just relax. Thanks, guys. Yeah, you can go right in the back. Great job. You guys Unionville? Do you have a string bass player in your group? I think this is his or hers. You're welcome. They're going to be looking for that. Yeah, and push these down, turn the desks over, try to get them organized so it's easier to clean / retrieve at the end of the day. Claire Grunman. Okay. And
Igor Stravinsky.
Igor. I don't know that chorale. Yeah, it's. Yeah.
This is from the free movement. This is the America movement.
What do you guys call yourselves? Are we Wind Ensemble Symphonic Band? Vince, what do you call the ensemble? Wind Ensemble? Band? Band it is. I like it. Our final high school ensemble for the afternoon is the Blue Ridge High School Band. This afternoon they'll be performing the chorale from Concord by Claire Grunman, and they'll be performing the finale from the Firebird, arranged by Robert Longfield. Please welcome the Blue Ridge High School Band and their director, Vince LaRusso. Yep, you're good. Yeah. Yes. Great job, folks. Very well done. Well done, gang. Great job. Good seeing you. Great job, friends. Yeah. Very well done, friends. Safe travels. We'll be putting grooves in the Northeast Extension. Great job, folks. Very, very nice. Well done. Yeah, man. It's been fun. Glad you were able to come down.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right. Get you on the other side. Hey, nice job. Sorry. I told Anthony I was going to do it, and I got held up by the entire band. Hey. I know you look as sleepy today as you did yesterday. Oh no. Yeah. All right. Have fun. How's your shoulder, man? Yeah? Healing up okay? Any pain? Oh, okay. Good.
During the boarding thing, it hurts so bad.
Yeah. There.
Flip is right here, and then doing this with my arm, just pulling.
Good, Sal. Thanks. I'll do my best, Will. Have fun, friends. This folder. Not soon. All right, now, hey, they can't all go on the same side. Who sits in the middle? Maybe we put one over there. Guess that means it's time to come out. Well, I'd like to thank everybody for coming today. The bands and giving up their time to spend down here and learning and offering the directors for offering a growth experience for their students, and everybody who's been involved in the clinic this weekend. First, a big thanks to our guests, Dr. Borma from Western Michigan University. Dr. Tobias from West Virginia University. Our hometown team, Dr. Martin and Professor Gumbel. Events like this, including some pretty unique parts of it, like the time we get to spend with Andrew Hitz, and the fact that our families back home could be tuning into our performances through the live stream. They don't come out without help from some friends, and specifically the National Band Association and Peak Travel Group. Bruce Rickard, I'd like to pay special thanks to them, and our good friends at banddirector.com who have been providing the stream and video throughout the course of the weekend. Dave Knox and Dave Knox, thank you all. Our performance this afternoon is going to feature portions of two movements from James Stevenson's Symphony No. 2. They'll kind of segue together, so there won't be a break. You'll know where the end is. He subtitles this piece Voices, and he came up with the idea for the piece while sitting in an airport waiting for a flight. And he noted all of these disparate kind of noises, and sounds, and voices that he was hearing throughout the airport. People talking to each other, people trying to figure out how to get on a flight, people coming, people going, all these different things that kind of, as a collective, fused together to make this a singular buzz, like a singular kind of sound that was emitted from the airport. And additionally, around the same time that he started composing this piece that was commissioned by the United States Marine Band, he lost his mom. And so he already had this idea of voices in mind to construct the symphony. And along with that, he was reminded of her voice, and as an amateur musician, her singing to him as a small child and participating in church kind of things. And there are all these different influences that started to wash over him throughout the creative process, and we end up with this three-movement work that I think it's very, very easy to, one, hear the idea of voices and the different kinds of voices that might be expressed or we may experience in life. And I think it's also pretty easy to start to note as we work through the second part in particular, how well he starts to merge these together, and ideas that start out as so very different or contrasting eventually get to come together to form a unit, and we're able to come together and communicate and better function
Thank you.